powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, guys, do what to subscribe, show your girl some love. After my last visit to the Villa Awoyo Resort, I received emails, comments and Instagram DMs to revisit and document the process in tilapia farming in Ghana. I'm here today with you to experience techniques used in fish farming. Villa Awoyo is located in Sogakope in the Volta region, and it's about 2 hours drive from Accra. So we are getting ready to go on the lake, and I'm super excited. You asked for it, so this is for you. Hi, Abel.
Hi. My assistant,
Solomon. Okay.
Yeah. We have a different types of feed.
Okay.
Yeah. 4-5 AM.
Okay, that's the name of the fish. The feed. Okay.
We got all this from Rana fish.
Okay.
Rana feed.
Okay.
Yeah. So mostly it depends the stages of the fish that we use this particular feed for the fish.
Okay.
So we have a blue stock. The blue stock, they normally produce the flies. Mostly we don't sell those blue stocks. They can be there about 3-4 years.
Okay.
So they always produce the egg, then it's been hatched. But here, for instance, it's the only place the farm, tilapia farm, we normally produce inorganic fish.
Okay.
Inorganic fish. The whole Sogakokwe is the only place that we produce inorganic tilapia.
Okay.
So when you taste the tilapia, this one is different. That feed, the one here.
Can I touch it? Okay, so this is how it
This
looks like.
4.5.
4.5.
We used to feed the blue stocks.
Okay. When you say blue stocks, what do you mean?
They are the male and female which we put here for producing the young ones.
Okay.
See, they are scared.
They are
So we
scared.
should move to the other
The
one.
next one.
Because we are too much here. So
Ah,
we'll not
so
come
they
out.
are shy. They're shy of us.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's because of me. So you have to carefully walk here to the next one. Wow. Guys, can you see the tilapia? So how often do you feed them in a day?
The blue stock, we feed them once a day.
Yeah.
But the rest of the fingerlings, fries, and then the grow up cages, we feed them twice a day.
Twice a day.
In the working days, we feed them 2 times.
Okay.
At weekend, we feed them once
A day. Oh, okay. I think they are now coming out. They are getting comfortable with me now.
Oh,
right.
During harvest, we don't harvest them.
You don't harvest these ones?
They will normally produce the flies.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And these blue stocks, we collect the fries on them 3 weeks every month. 3
Okay.
weeks. When it is 3 weeks, we give we have something called bar, or it is a metal, and we put on the under the net.
Okay.
And we drag all of them to one side.
Okay.
And the male and the female will go down, and the fries will come out.
Okay.
We have something called scoop net.
Okay.
We used to scoop the small ones from their mothers and their fathers, and we put them in another place.
Oh, okay.
That's how we go about it.
Right.
Actually, this is the scoop net we
To do. Oh.
collect them and save them in one place for them to grow up before we count them into the bigger ones.
So
Every one male supposed to have 3 female. So here, as you see it here, the females are 120,
okay.
and then the male are 40. That's the ratio.
The males have a lot of women. I know, right? How can they have like 120 and then the males are just 40?
40. 3 into 1.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. So as you can see, he's feeding all the fishes.
This is the fries, but it's rather unfortunate. The water body is not good for them to be sure. So this is the fries cages, and they are inside. From 1 day to 2-3 weeks, we call them fries.
Fries, okay.
Yes.
So they're young fishes.
Yeah, they are the young.
So I've realized that you are giving them a different type of feed.
Yeah.
Why is it so?
The name of this feed is TC1.
Okay.
Because they are the babies, they cannot pick the big ones. This is the feed for them.
Okay.
It's like powder.
Okay. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. So you just spread it. So guys, it's been so exciting. Like, this is something you wouldn't know until you come here and experience it. So yeah, when you're in the Volta region, come to Villa Awoyo and request for fresh fish, because all their fishes are right here from the farm, as you can see. They look whitish than we see on our plate.
Yes, they are here for a long period of time, and at times too, when the water changes, their color also look like that.
Oh, okay. So when the water is darkish, it makes them look dark.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Guys, I hope you are learning something just as I'm doing here. This is very exciting. This is like very different. I haven't experienced how fish farming is done, and so this experience is really enlightening.
We feed them for 2 months.
Okay.
At every stage, we change the feed. We have TC1, down to TC2, then TC3.
Okay.
Do you understand me?
Yeah.
Okay, then from there, we get from flags we get to fingerlings.
Okay.
The fingerlings, that's where we count them. You count them to another cage.
How long does it take from being a fly to fingerlings? Like, how long does the growth take?
That's 2 months.
2 months.
2 months.
Okay.
2
Okay.
months. After which we get fingerlings.
Okay.
After that, the chief fisherman.
This is our chief fisherman.
Yeah.
As you can see.
So you've been doing a lot of work here.
They will count it. They will count the
fishes. Okay, the
into
fingerlings.
another cage.
Okay.
We count them by using. We count them by using a bowl, a container. We first count the first one inside the container. Then we know the number of the fingerlings that is in the container. Then from there we start fishing with the containers, and we multiply it by the number of
times.
the
Okay. So I also want to know, how would you know if one of the fishes are dead?
When it dies, it flows out.
It floats.
Yes.
Okay.
please.
Okay.
Then we come and pick it with scoop net.
Okay.
Then throw it out.
Out. Oh, okay.
I want to show you a
right.
fry. That's some of the fries with their moms.
Ah, with their moms.
there.
Oh, that's very small. I don't know if you can
Yes.
see. They are so tiny, very little, like just like peanuts.
Yeah.
Just as I asked few minutes ago, you can see one of the fishes is dead. He's gone to heaven, and so he will just scoop it out. You see, he's floating with a scoop net. Okay.
So this is what we call mortality.
Mortality.
Yes,
What causes their death?
This is the part of the bad nature of the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
The water is not well for the system, and
True.
some died, and some will correspond with the stimuli. Yeah, so as you can see, the nature of this fish is not corresponding to the
weather.
Yeah, so that's why it's dead.
That's why it's dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are many in their side. The fish here to get down.
To come up. They've seen a lot of strange people.
Yes, please. As you can see,
Oh wow.
they are feeling shy.
They are feeling shy. I'm sure they are even used to your voice. So when they see the image and different people, and look at me wearing, they are now feeding on them.
These are the fingerlings. They are now older than fries. They are 1.5 months now.
Okay.
So we call them fingerlings.
Okay.
So very soon we'll be counting them.
Okay. So do you know the total number of fishes here?
In this one?
No,
yes.
I especially the big ones.
Yes, please.
You know, okay,
know
because
them.
you count them.
Yes.
But because the fries are too little, it takes when they are grown before
we
you count them.
them.
Oh, okay. So how many cages? Anyway, one section is a cage. How many cages do you have in all?
In all our farm, we have 97 cages.
97 cages.
Yes.
Oh,
Each
right.
one is made up of 7 by 7.
Okay.
And some are 5 by 5.
Okay. So I have seen somewhere before that other fish farmers, they fish in like ponds, but you fish directly in the Volta River. Is there a reason?
Yes, as you see, the water here is used for fish.
Okay.
So if you are using the water, the river to produce your fingerlings or your cage, it do well more than
the pond.
The pond.
Okay, because the pond, most people would tend to use fresh water.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And this one too, the water moves from one place to another. So if there is some disease, times it move out
from the water.
It will be
secure. So I am very curious. I want to know, what happens? Do you cover the cages? Because I mean, birds and other predators might feed on them, especially the flies and the fingerlings.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yes, at first we have been covering them, but when the sunshine is not enough for them, they die.
They die.
So we remove them. When they are young fingerlings and flies, we remove this thing. But when we count them to the grow-up cages, then that we do this in cover.
Okay, so do you cover the young ones or you still leave them?
We didn't cover the young ones because as at yet we didn't count them. But when we count them to the next cage, then they have a number.
Okay.
So we have to cover them so that the birds will not pick them.
Okay. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the entire experience. I see some weeds, like this weeds here around the cage. What do you do to get rid of them?
We have a bamboo stick called bamboo.
Okay.
That we use to remove them.
Okay.
Early in the morning when the winds are not blowing, then we take them out. This morning self we remove them back because of the winds. Some come back.
Brings them back.
Yes.
Okay, so they are floating weeds. They still keep coming.
Yes, please.
Okay, sure.
And as you can see, that's some small ones floating coming.
Yeah, they are still floating towards them. So that's why they've blocked it with this gallons so that it won't come towards the fishes. Oh right. They look whitish than we see on our plate.
Yes. They are here for a long period of time, and at times too, when the water changes, their color also look like that.
Oh, okay. So when the water is darkish, it makes them look dark.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Guys, I hope you are learning something just as I'm doing here. This is very exciting. This is like very different. I haven't experienced how fish farming is done, and so this experience is really enlightening. We are moving. We are done with this part. We are going to the, what did you say it is?
Grow-up cages.
Grow-up cages. So it means they are older.
Are there for sale.
Oh, okay. I see. So the ones that are ready to be eaten is what you are going to see now. Are you excited about it? Let me know in the comment section. Is this something you are used to? Is it something different? Have you seen it before? Have you experienced it before? Let me know in the comment section. Hi, Mina.
Hi, Stella.
You look nervous.
I swear to God, I am, but you're so brave. I admire.
So yeah, we are going to the next stage. Okay, as you can see, this is even covered.
This stage is the grown-up stage.
Okay.
Yes. So every month we collect the fingerlings, we feed them. So you can see the cages, the one which have been covered.
Okay.
They are the grown-up.
Oh, it's like they like me. They like me, so they are like displayed.
Yes.
So okay. He's about to feed them.
This particular one, it will be the harvest stage will be around next 2 months. The other one also will be next month. The other one also will be around 3 months.
3 months, and that's like December, January.
This one is a December fish.
So these are your December fish if you come to Villa Awoyo.
They are 2 months old.
Okay.
By the time we count them up to today, they are 2 months.
2 months.
So
okay.
We are now looking for another month, 2 months more, so that we harvest them.
Oh, okay. So
this is 3.5 mm.
Okay.
Yeah, for the 2 months.
What do they use to produce the feed?
Proteins.
Proteins. Okay.
Some proteins that feed and go from the meat.
Look at the way they are so hungry for the fish. This is so nice. Yes. About to attempt to feed the fishes.
You throw it.
Oh no, you're supposed to throw it like
Yes.
this. Yay! Good job. Oh my goodness, this is so exciting. Look at the way the fishes are like all over eating their feed. Wow. So how many fishes are in this particular cage? 3,000 fishes. Oh my god.
3,000. Depending upon the cages. The cages, some are big.
So this one is 5 by 5 kgs. 5 by 5.
Okay. So how many containers do you feed it in a day?
We feed them according to the stage they are.
Okay.
So this one, they are eating 10 kilo at a time.
Okay.
So the whole day will be 20 kilo, which is 1 bag.
Okay.
So
this is how it looks like.
Oh yes.
Let me see. Are they like very harmful to the fishes?
Oh yes.
They are
so acidic to the fishes.
The fishes.
So you don't like them to be on the cages in such a way so that they can block the oxygen level
from the water.
The fishes.
Oh, okay.
So we need to remove them in such a way that the fish can get more oxygen so that they can be enough for us to harvest.
Look at the way you are smiling. The way you're smiling when he talked about harvesting big fishes. That's the energy I require every day.
Okay, so
see the feed here.
So this is how the feed will be floating on the water for them to be picking it, so that each and every one of them will get some, but not all of them that will be satisfied. Okay. Because some are bigger than some, so they will be, cheating the small ones.
Yeah. So this is survival of the fittest. If you are big, you use your power to challenge the little ones.
The little ones.
This is exciting.
So, your wildness is your living, as you can see them. So
it's just like life, you know.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So the bigger ones will be picking it faster than the smaller ones, and the bigger ones they have been beating the smaller ones. So the smaller ones have been afraid to get closer. So as they get some small chance, then they pick one, then they left. So the bigger ones are becoming
bigger.
Often, yeah. So they are becoming often to pick it than the smaller ones. Yes.
All right.
So that's how it is.
I will come so that you train me too.
Okay. So
exciting.
These are the fingerlings that we have just count last 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And so they are now coming up and growing up. So their food is different from the the bigger ones, the one that we sell. So their food is little bit small.
Sesi anu ne also wo kan eya ne se ka bia se si wa ekwan no so a also wo ya attention say wo ba be yi dam broken down car no firi wo se be ekwan no so be da ho na enkofa accident bia emba. The mistake of the driver, and even Satan no kurano, also wojina na one man indication and I also touch and I say baby actually say accident as you ho when mu nyina amba so nti driver no so am say ye hu ye at once break ohun na ni boss no at once break I just say oye no hwe a enye na by then so na car foforo so free the other side ba nti baby a odify ne de na ehwa na e say osanka o hwese obegina na nka esebu wo mu nyina but ayentem nti me de ni American no say accident na esi ye ne de the mistake of the cargo car no say mu yi free ho.
So an innocent woman
we must all be worried about, as highlighted by Dr. Damsri Derry.
We do record about 5% breakdown vehicles involving in road traffic crashes annually. That is a direct one. There are other incidental causes of breakdown.
This 1,927 people got killed and 10,597 got injured. Accidents don't just happen. They are caused. It is the reason anytime someone is injured or killed, it is imperative to ask the question,
In 2015, we trained over 50,000 drivers in the country from south to north. West to east. The GPI2 drivers in 2015. And 2015 was the year Ghana recorded pansies and all that. The place is forested. So as I was coming, all of a sudden, I didn't see anything. I was not talking on phone, I was not doing anything. And it was dark, very, very dark. All that I saw was that just about not less than 5-10 meters. There's a huge truck. I just straightened my leg like this, and then it went and hit the car. Because I saw that if there's a direct headlock, it means that it is going to affect me directly in the impact. When the left side hit that big articulator truck, what happened was that, and I saw that the car metals were just breaking, crack, 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 as if somebody chewing the metals.
This accident occurred in. This could have probably been avoided if this truck had displayed a warning triangle. Dr. Ashiaha was seriously injured.
The femur had broken, but before the femur broke, there was a displacement of bone. So the bone teared off, just displaced, and then the little bone that was also broke. And you know, the femur is the hardest bone or the biggest bone. It broke like something.
Dr. Kofi Asere's Ford Expedition vehicle ran into a stationary cargo truck and died on the spot.
How do you remove This is where we have the problem.
On that same stretch, our team traveling to meet Dr. Achiandakwa found this broken down passenger vehicle fully loaded Street Dairy of the Building and Road Research Institute.
The driver has to place a warning sign, a warning triangle, some meters away from the broken down vehicle. And two, a towing company has to be called immediately to the towing of the vehicle off the road. So these are, the two conditions that can be, compromised with in terms of broken down vehicles on the highways.
The assumption often is that the police should be able to help tow such broken down vehicles away.
Hearts of all of us. We have a very simple outline of the program which you all have copies. And I want to go the MTTD will also give a remark. They will have the address by Honorable Minister for Transport. Then we go into the main reason why we are here, and as regards a presentation on the Road Traffic Act and the regulations 2012 LI 2180. So we give this time round is that the whole Ghana is with us. As I speak to you, the program we're having here is live. program. On this note, let me first of all ask Engineer Samuel to come and usher us into the hands of God very quickly, and then we can move on to the various like
this National Consultative Forum on Road Traffic Crashes into your hands, and we ask that you grant us the needed wisdom to be able to put together the necessary policies to help save lives on our corridors. We pray that as stakeholders at different levels, you help us, Lord, to be able to put together the necessary implementation efforts geared towards saving more lives on our roads. We thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
thank you, Samuel. Ladies and then a few of our key stakeholders who are also present. We have on the far right Mr. Kwesi Buzia. He is the Chief Executive of the DVLA. We have Honorable Kofi Ahenkra. He is the member of Transport and Transport Committee for Achenasi, and is a board chairman. Okay. And again, the board chairman of Metro Mass Transit Limited. Please. We have Dr. Tasu Mensah. Frederick Obeng. Upper West Akim MP. And then the one and the only, our father, here in this room. Out of this room, watching and listening, participating via Zoom and virtual electronics and so on. You are all allowed to speak your local language, and we will find somebody to do the interpretation if there need be. Let me recognize the presence of a few of our stakeholders. Nana Ano Amihir is the chairperson and president of ROSA. Alaji, your team. The rest, they are all here. Protua, Ghana Road Transport Coordinator. Council, you are here. You're welcome. To introduce the Chief Director and is acting of the Ministry of Transport. Mrs. Mabel Segu. And as I welcome her, and as you give
members of the Parliamentary Select Committee for Roads and Transport Sector, the board chairman for Metro Master, Air License 186, and other related issues include road safety. I also want to recognize especially our stakeholders and interested parties who have joined us virtually and assure you that we have made the necessary arrangements to enable you to participate in the discussion. It has become necessary to reduce the road traffic regulations to meet the current demands on road use and more attention needs to be channeled to appropriate interventions in the country. So your invaluable will assist the ministry to revise the legislation needed to improve road user behavior. We recognize your continued
Thank you very much, Chief Director. Irene. Mesiba. Madam Irene, thank you for your efforts. And thank you very much. All the directors from the ministry, from all the agencies,
for Transport, the Honorable Deputy Ministers for Transport, Honorable Members of the Parliamentary Select Committee for Road and Transport, the Chief Director of the Ministry of Transport, the Chief Executive DBLA, the representative of the Director General MTTD of the Ghana Police Service, forward in the National March for Safer Roads in Ghana. For years, Ghana's leading roads have been a plot on the reputation of our road transport system. It has affected thousands of lives. At 993, in 2019, represented one of our greatest national attempts ever. The compelling need to review the regulatory regime to guide the Road Traffic Act 2004 Act 63. Ever we are to make sustainable progress. In 2004, and the road traffic regulation LI 2180 has become necessary because sections or parts of the Act and regulations suffer serious challenges of implementation. And I have no doubt in our mind that particularly delighted that bold initiative without of the governing board and management of the NRC. I'd want to thank the Minister of Transport for convening this forum. It demonstrates the ministry's larger commitment to emerging road safety in our country. On our part, as stakeholders and influencers,
Merci beaucoup, mademoiselle. Anaïs Anekan. Dame. Ya enye juma bibia. Odi ni ahwemua se ba se mpi a ewo ho mpi the year 2012 emra ni bi a ye no kra ni bi fa ni adwuma ebi nso kra di adwuma no emte to sin katra ato so hwe nsesan ya na on pese o tra ho ye ni han kwa Parliament. Kwa city bi wante, amati bi wante, dabi, wabuem. Yenye waha, wa betumi aba ha no bra. Yensi obi akwan. Ya san so abuem wa wo abefo niema bi. Computer bi ananse kra no wo mobile phone bi a your friend smartphone no a ya ma link no ya dia ogumbe bia media bonso aboa yen umia bibi so wo ha wo nse monia
the Acting Director, Ministry for Transport, Director of Policy, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Ministry of Transport, Madam Irene Mesiba, important stakeholders, DPRTU, Kotwa, lead CEOs and DGs, senior managers, staff of NRS, NTTD, NIC, DVLA, friends from the media, and to also take a step back and assess the relevance of some of the regulations and incorporate new and emerging practices in the management of the road transport industry. It is an undeniable fact that road transport plays a critical and central role in every society. Nearly all the goods and services needed for everyday life are transported by road. Daily travel to work, school, for leisure, and other purposes are likely facilitated by road transport. This movement of people and goods, however, when not carefully managed, come with unimaginable loss to individuals and families, causing immeasurable distress and loss of life. Road traffic crashes not only debilitate families because of the loss of a loved one, but also deny the country of a critical human capital needed for national development and growth. The fact is, risky behaviors of drivers associated with road traffic crashes left unchecked do adapt to change in societal dynamics and growth. It is therefore necessary that our road traffic laws, safety laws, be updated to be relevant and consequential to the ever-changing times of the transport landscape. Risks such as mobile phone use while driving, unsafe and unregulated speed limits, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, general driver inattentiveness, and non-compliance with seat belts and child restraint laws have emerged as some of the leading causes of fatalities in Ghana. Sadly, most of these fatalities are largely avoidable. The seeming uptick is a result of non-compliance in all forms being high, of enforcement being unfocused and perhaps not punitive enough, of data and records of driver and vehicles and other regulatory bodies not integrated enough. The Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority under the Ministry of Transport, the hardworking minister, Honorable Kwaku Siama, has in the past few years back for recent technological advancements in driver training mechanisms, rapid changes in the nature of vehicles being manufactured, and the type of competencies required to operate such technologically advanced automobiles, not to mention the massive data generating opportunities in road transport and the increasing demand from the citizenry for better and improved customer service and for safety and road security. Over and above road transport services, DVLA plays a critical role in assisting national security agencies in the country of their work. The ability to unambiguously identify a vehicle for what it is used for, the identity of a driver, and his/her driving certification status through our data services is a critical function in carrying out our mandate to ensure compliance and road security. The quest is not only to exceed the expectation of this role, but also to entrench it. The review of the LI is therefore to make the regulations more relevant and meaningful. The expected net impact is therefore relevance. Strive diligently for a safer and secure roadways and safer transport of persons and goods in our country. We have miles to go before we sleep. We have promises to our minister, to ourselves, to our customers, to our residents, to our nation. I thank you all and wish you all a fruitful deliberation today.
For our Minister of Transport, Ledenche, it can fair what I should work with. La, noni, wam yemi, noni, a capital. in here have your only chumom, can you only chumom? A cagman never found what pay. Never been near your office. Now, back a minister, care minister. She Ghana will care. You know what I am here. Koni was accident, you will know that name. I will take advantage, call on the police. Dr. Sasu Mensah, representing the
Director General of the National Institute of Health, the Chief Executive DBL, all stakeholders, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, all principal support. I read this piece in the stead of the Director General of the MTT, Mr. Francis. The Motor Traffic and Transport Department of the Ghana Police Service is very pleased part of this program. As you know, the key function of the MTTD is to enforce traffic rules and traffic regulations in the country. Recent developments on the upset of road traffic crashes is becoming a concern to the MTTD and the general motoring public. The figures from January to September indicates the following. The total number of crashes amounts to 11,858. The total number of vehicles is 20,225. The total number of deaths is 2,126, whilst the total number of injuries is 11,659. These figures depicts an increase in the spate of traffic accident deaths and injuries. The causality of this increase in the spate of traffic accidents is basically attributable to non-compliance with road traffic rules and road traffic regulations. It is a point worth noting that the Road Traffic Act, the Road Traffic Regulations was passed on July 2012 to give effect to the enforcement of the Road Traffic Act 83 of 2004. Issues relating or regarding the enforcement of the content of the Act and the regulations have become challenging to the MPTD, and that we are of the opinion that some of the content of the Act and regulations need to be reviewed. A new introduction also needs, hence the timeliness and the appropriateness of this program. We, the MPTD, intends to introduce new ideas. Some of the ideas that we intend to introduce is the automation of traffic law enforcement operations, which we call traffic. With this, the NPTD intends to minimize indiscipline on the road. It also intends to minimize corruption among officers of the NPTD and minimize interference from public agency and also delays in prosecution and road traffic crashes and casualties. It is also intended to maximize efficient use of resources, data for profiling of traffic law violators, revenues from the traffic fines for government, and May of 2004, which provides for sport fines, offences, penalties, and procedures for its enforcement. We intend to submit for it to be incorporated into the road traffic regulations. With this, I end my brief remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sasu Mensah. Now, we use the police remarks to conclude on the various remarks. Where we are now, we are going to listen to the Honorable Minister of Transport. So please help me with an applause to welcome Honorable Minister of Transport for his address.
Thank you very much, MC. Honorable Deputy Ministers Hassan Tampoyo, MP for Gushigu, and Honorable Adum, MP for Upper West Achim, Member of Parliament for Achiasi, and the Board Chairman of Metro Mass, the Chief Executive Officer of Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, Kosia Jabambizia, the Director General of National Road Safety Authority, Mrs. Me, Superintendent Sasu Mensah, who happens to be my mate from the university. We are old friends, but today we are not here to continue. We are not here to drink whiskey. This is not a friendship club. We are here to do business for the people of this country. The Acting Chief Director of Ministry of Transport, Mrs. Mebesego, heads of other agencies and departments here present, industry practitioners, civil society organizations, transport operators, members of the media today are not only covering this function, so they will live here as participants. They will not go and report. This is what the ministry and the police said. They are going to report the decision that all of us are going to take. So whatever they leave here to go and report, they are also part of the decision taking here. And I want to remind them that the responsibility is not only on government or practitioners, other practitioners, but as they do report, they must also remember that they are part of the important stakeholders that we need to bring this adjustment in our laws and also come out with a decision on the reason why we are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I want to begin by thanking all of you for making time to join us here today for this all-important National Consultative Forum on road traffic crashes and a review of the Road Safety Act and regulations. Those joining us online via through Zoom, Facebook, and other platforms, I am indeed very grateful that we could find time to be part of this important program. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 years ago, the Road Traffic Regulation 2012, LI 2180, was passed by Parliament to give effect to the Road Traffic Act 2004 at 683. The regulations were fashioned out to replace the 1974 Road Traffic Regulation LI 953, which over time fetched out provisions to address trends in the road transport industry, particularly with respect to road safety. It provided for a more comprehensive regulation of road traffic and road use to ensure safety on our roads, including but not limited to the following: regulating the registration and licensing regime of motor vehicles, driving schools, and driving instructions, prescribing maximum speed limit for motor vehicles of any class or description, and to provide for exemptions in special cases, prescribing the nature of and procedure for inspection of motor vehicles, prescribing the specifications and installation of seat belts, regulating the use of mobile phones while driving a motor vehicle or riding a motorcycle or bicycle on our road, removal of broken down or disabled or abandoned vehicles, prescribing procedure to be taken in the interest of safety, security, and convenience of public traveling in motor vehicles, or otherwise using roads, and providing for periodic inspection of motor vehicles. Last but not the least, providing for the payment of sport fines and offences for which sport fines are levied, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, over the years of implementation, a number of issues have been introduced to give effect to regulation. Key among them are: 1, reforms in the driving licensing administration with the introduction of driver licensing system and a new vehicle registration systems. These have led to a new workflow and reduction in fraudulent practices as well as revenue leakage. Introduction of standardized roadworthy certificate to facilitate enforcement and reduce fraudulent practices. Increased funding for the National Road Safety Authority to scale up and safety programs, to scale up road safety programs and activities. Nationwide training program for commercial vehicle drivers. Despite these interventions, it has become apparent that some of the provisions of the regulations need to be reviewed and enhanced where necessary in view of some identified technical and legislative deficiencies as well as implementation challenges that have emerged. It has also become necessary now more than before to introduce new provisions in line with development trends, changing social norms and values, and to ensure conformity with international conventions and ECOWAS protocols on road transport. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this National Consultative Forum is twofold. First, as I said, it is an opportunity for all of us to dispassionately discuss the issues on road safety and recommend practical measures to government for adoption and consequent implementation. This forum will also allow the press to devote some time to focus on one of the core issues that matter to our listeners, viewers, and readers. Again, and most importantly, it is an opportunity for us to make input and suggestions on proposed amendment to the Road Traffic Act and regulations to ensure effective regulation of the sector and promote safety in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, the superintendent from MTTD has given us the statistics. I do not intend to repeat them. But what I want to say, the worrying aspect is that if you look at the bucket of people who are involved in these accidents, they are ranging between the ages of 18 and 60. It means that we are losing our economic staff. The people who are supposed to work to contribute to the development of this country are dying through road accidents, are dying through unnecessary accidents on our road. It has always been my mantra, let me use that word, that if one person dies in road accident which can be preventable and we could not prevent it, I think it's an indictment on all of us. It is not about the number. It is the errors that we are committing and killing our people. In April this year, His Excellency the President constituted an interministerial committee to assess the road safety situation and recommend measures to reduce fatalities on our roads. In line with the recommendation of the committee, both the Road Traffic Act 2004 and the Road Traffic Regulation 2005, which are the primary governance legislation for the road transport sector, are being reviewed. Government has also enhanced the mandate of the National Road Safety Authority, including the police, as the superintendent just said, are coming out with technology. Because if you look at modern trends today, you cannot use human intervention alone as a means. Ladies and gentlemen, admittedly, a key challenge in the road transport industry is that it is not appropriately regulated. The new National Road Safety Authority regulations being developed is expected to receive some attention by the next session or the next session of Parliament. This regulation has provided a solution with the introduction of operator's licenses for commercial transport operators to help improve the state of the commercial transport business for our collective good. Air transport is being regulated. Sea transport is being regulated. It is only road transport in this country which is not being regulated. And I'm appealing, using this forum to appeal to the transport operators that it is in their own interest that they collaborate with the National Road Safety Authority to make sure that the industry is regulated into the industry. Government takes seriously matters of public safety, and I have thus directed the National Road Safety Authority without prejudice to the pending National Road Safety Regulation to take responsibility for the regulation of road transport operators, operations, or operators, and soon they will make public some operational guidelines to foster this intention. We are also collaborating with the Ministry of Communication to introduce guidelines for the safe operation of motorcycles used for courier services in the country. In addition, the DVLA is collaborating with the National Insurance Commission, the Ghana Police Service, the National Road Safety Authority, and the court to integrate various systems to ensure that seamless flow of information in line with government digitalization agenda is implemented effectively. Every one of us has a share of the responsibility to make our transport system safe. Policymakers, regulators, drivers, pedestrians, vehicle owners and operators, and passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, through this dialogue, we hope to gain insight on a full range of issues affecting the road transport industry and solicit your invaluable input to ensure that we have a comprehensive and robust framework that will stand the test of time for the consideration of Cabinet and Parliament. Hitherto, LI do not go to Cabinet, but for the purpose of this particular LI, how important it is for the people of this country, I have to send it to Cabinet, for Cabinet also to have an input into it, because it is so dear to the heart of the President that we must come out with a comprehensive blueprint to regulate and to guide our road transport industry. There is no doubt that the ministry will benefit from the expertise of stakeholder institutions and industry practitioners represented here, and as well those joining us virtually. I do not intend to bore you with long speeches, as there will be a presentation of the proposals received so far from various groups and organizations. Before I conclude, let me use this opportunity to express my profound gratitude and appreciation to the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, the National Road Safety Authority, and Ghana Shippers Authority for supporting this national forum, and also thank the transport operators, Ghana Private Road Transport Union, and GRTCC, and civil society organizations who have found time here, despite their busy schedule, to contribute to this national forum. I wish all of you the best. I hope that whatever policy that we are able to come out will not be the policy of the ministry. It will be the policy of people of this country. That is what I'm appealing to the media. That today they are wearing two hats, one as reporters and one as participants. I know that the issue of road accident has been a concern to everybody. That is why they normally report, if you listen to their radio stations, how many are out of road accidents, and they give us a vivid report. Now we are all having the opportunity to contribute to the document going forward, which is going to guide us. Please, I want to see you participating in it, so that when you leave here, that is why we extended a very expensive invitation to the media. I'm talking about the media because I know how powerful you are in disseminating this document. And it shouldn't be the document of the Ministry of Government, but document of everybody. So that we are all going to jealously guide this particular document. So the media, I'm appealing to you. It is not you against them or we against you, but all of us are in it together. And you know, and I pray the shower ha, and now MC not on the kind. I did a bear than we yain because of her and call for Umu or Kwanswa and Fataye. But President, that's why we are leaders. All of us are leaders. We cannot throw our hands because people don't see to me and to your son, we didn't catch any BPM. You bet my baby. I'm running a dear Juma. And until you share what you but to a dream, what's your law? Yeah, Road Traffic Act in 2004. Road Traffic LI in 2012. Yes, sir, about your road transport home by. But we are over the years, you talk a crab them. And as some aspect of the regulation, into me implement it, and our law into me and find your job. If I saw when I was say by Yamra, I ain't doing farm running yet. We are so a barefoot no more be about at the time I near your lord. Nina bois. Let me to be born beyond my. Mr. Ramudi is your friend. I dear but after the sea, I dear but after the sea. We are some police in the Bacan, and you buy a woo this year pet. Yes, coronavirus about. I will share wood road accident from beginning of the year to now. Beginning say a bro through coronavirus. And not just coronavirus here boy buy. Sana road traffic na you can road crashes and a bit more buy. You no opportunity there. Say brother na person your system you show mo kenano. Opportunity buy so be a contribute towards it. Umye inyanke intrimo ni yamfa kwan ba kwan ebeti abo one industry no buy na fe so accident dey see kwan so accident here dey ebisi mindumi nyina man kan accident dey da na so accident bi ho do ma nka ebeti ma akwati bolu se ebeti ma prevent ta anya discipline na wo ye ho a na ye ka indiscipline. I'm not for free drivers and quadabi. Passengers also count. Pedestrians, because the Bruns will be on them crown for count. Will be on mouth will chop most of the road marking at all. On Chomo, baby, a road marking in the auto back of chop, a carbon. The nothing is road safety is a shared responsibility. To Miss Ramo, and I assume why we are not buying national road safety for. Anya DVLA, anya media, anya way, anya DPRTU. Yena ani yeshia. The betu na contribute bia be boyen. Yedi mra aba na bo e ho ban. Umi enyen contribute. Ni o se de baba bia no e nyina ye dia. Media no so maka say road accident mo bo ho ban. Da bia mo report and the nipa say yawu car we nya accident. Yeah, see, Mummy and Moody is. Then, dear, Mooney has a mobile report. Who has said, who will contribute to quite a fast one. That no man is so bad. And I be a free Mukwa. Who mean I contribute to Mukwa? The Maka Casa didn't drain the buy any. The Yankasa, Yedi, Coutier, the Yankabi. You could Mankabi here. What Macranka? The more Mutier free Mufi. Mufie modwuma different online munya contribute ni mo de say ade ba no yin be hye mu kena na aboaye. We are going to be very strict on our licensing regime. Say faso ye license your cars car de ba tires a chassis say be faso a custom for be kan ni nyina ye de ba na fi de ba wie as a police for no I enforce the law now. I'm happy. So, President Bejana, or can't be. What's a traffic technology ban? To check the indiscipline of the driver and also check the corruption from the police. Obi Obejana can't cast the police for maybe a Bakwana Minubi, any idea. It's a clear admission of the fact. I dare you say, we idiot. The police know Obejana Haka. News about 2 weeks ago, police officer was the police for no Jessica, or much won't be what. One fancy, the media no. We have only one police and they are per the law. They are the only people who can enforce regulation for us, can enforce safety on our road for us. The moment you require you support the police, no boy and mobile. I'm right by you. See them running back. Na police for ya more for the regulation number ya ade ebe en kwesi bonu se na be cause here cause 90 na cause 0 mo ntira ni cause 90 uwi school ache ko fi mafo uwi school ache and cause 90 ko also cause 0 ade enti misramo na ya nya fa so bi awo ndi police for no tie ya kwan no die any I see a boy no boy and no more nipa on by mistake. And chief na abegyina wo de nyɛ na meka yɛn ɔsi ya na ɔmo gyegye nkakra nti ɔmo de machine ba na ɔmo de asopɔ saa nɔɔma nɔɔma ne nyinaa srɛ mo mi. I need you to support the police. National road safety, we can come out with a law. BVLA can come out licensing regime, everything. Not achieve what we are seeking. And that one, I want to make it plain to everybody. To be some for the police. No, it is all the act and the core cabinet. But President Akachi himself. Yeah, I did when we are regulation. Young family cabinet. Cabinet in the hands of effect. Almost for road crashes require police. I found it. That's your mukina. Even if I didn't mind, even to say the towing of disabled vehicles are Kasaba, or the new system. When there's a model code. Collaborate. Now I'm going against them. Basta. Yeah.
Twofold. Discussing road safety generally, if you have any issue, contribution, yes. And then also specific Parliament for the review. Cabinet. For the review. Regulation 5. Regulation and so on. Contracting something. And again, high table would have to relocate. They are not also, they will see from here.
We'll look at its regulation. Hand and then we debate and then we move on. So we all know about the towing. We've reviewed it a little, so we'll look at the towing aspect. So maybe if your group did not send anything to us, we haven't finished yet. And I think in the advert we put out, we said that we are still receiving inputs, we are still receiving suggestions from Ghanaians. I've received a couple of them. And most of the inputs I received was at midnight. Some inputs around 11:53 p.m. and by then we had finished the presentation, preparing the presentation. So if you sent me inputs last night after 10 p.m. and you can't find your inputs on the screen, it doesn't mean that it's been rejected. We couldn't get time this morning to look at it as a group. So your inputs, I think the people who sent, they know themselves. So your inputs are with me and we will look at it after the session. And those who have joined us online, and already we are monitoring the comments, you've started asking that how can you also join in the discussion? So kindly raise your hand because there are people monitoring, and then we will call you to make your submission. So those joining online, you also have an opportunity to join in the discussion. But we'll want to suggest that we are brief, crisp, and straight to the point because the provisions are many. Then we can move as fast as we can. Thank you very much. So Abi will start the presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I respectfully. Okay. Thank you very much. Please move to the next slide. So I'll give a brief introduction. We'll make reference to the Road Traffic Act, Act 683, and the relevant sections that we will be reviewing. Also make reference to the LI 2180, the Road Traffic Regulations, and the appropriate regulations up for review, and then we conclude. So as our distinguished speakers have mentioned, road safety in Ghana, and indeed road transport, is regulated by the Act and indeed regulations. various stakeholder agencies have based investments in the road transport sector on these two critical documents. In addition to the National Transport Policy and other strategic documents, both public and private sector entities have relied heavily on these documents for work being done in the transport sector. And under the leadership of the ministry, reference has always been made to these documents as well. And so what we seek to do here today is to present to you comments received over the years from various stakeholder agencies, the DVLA, NRSA, GPRTU, and transport unions, private sector, individuals, all across the country. So these comments and propositions are not necessarily coming from the Ministry of Transport, as Madam Irene said, but represents the collective across the country with respect to the Road Traffic Act and its regulations. And so we hope to address some identified gaps and also bring on best practice legislation and bring sufficient legislation to improve our enforcement regime in the country. So we'll start with the Road Traffic Act. 5 areas are up for review. The first is with respect to the age restrictions for driving, drink driving legislation, vehicle registration, the Traffic Act. 4.2, which is about drink driving. And it says, a person shall be taken to be under the influence of alcohol, where the alcohol concentration in that person's blood or breath is shown by any competent medical evidence or any other competent evidence is 0.08% or more. We have used this particular measure over the years, and there's evidence that we can do more if we increase the blood alcohol concentration requirement from 0.08 to 0.05. And we hope that this significant increase will give sufficient backing to the police to ensure that people do not drive whilst drunk or under the influence of alcohol or other drugs. The next is with respect to registration numbers. That upon registration of a motor vehicle or trailer under Section 38, the licensing authority shall assign in the motor vehicle or trailer a registration number comprising the prescribed prefix, etc. But we want to add a third format, which will give leverage to the licensing authority that in future, when they have to introduce through technology other formats to ensure that our road transport sector is safe, they will have the leverage to do so. And so we want to add a D to this, to what is already existing, that any other format that the licensing authority may prescribe, however, with approval of the minister responsible for transport, so that then the licensing authority is also held accountable for whatever action that they take. The next is with the interpretation of trade licenses. Sections 51 describes what the trade license should be. But we want to add a C, that a trade license shall include plates, stickers, forms, certificates, or any other format that the licensing authority may prescribe, again, with the approval of the minister responsible for transport, so that we are not restricted to the aluminum-based plate and we miss out on improvements in technology and other areas that we can use to deploy highly secure for our transport sector in the plates as well. We move on to the test of the condition of the motor vehicle. Again, regulations 92.3 specifies exactly what is required to be done. But we want to add to what is existing in that regulation, that the motor vehicle emission levels should not exceed the national specified standard for vehicle emissions. As the case is now, I'm sure you are aware that they introduce private vehicle test stations. But motor vehicle emissions is currently not a requirement for passing or failing the roadworthy certificate examination. But with the passage of this act now, the review, we hope that will help clean up the environment and ensure that our vehicles do not emit pollutants which are harmful to our health and also the environment as well. Again, test on the condition of the vehicle on the roads. We want to add still on the emissions, that you are at all times required to submit the vehicle when the need arises for test with respect to emissions when you are required to do so, so that the emission levels are not beyond what we all have agreed nationally to be the standard. And we will look at seat belts and child restraints. Sections 13 prescribes what is required, that if you are 18 years and you are seated in a vehicle, you should be appropriately strapped. But we want to add a C, that the seat belt must conform to the standards approved by the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority in consultation with the Ghana Standards Authority. So that then we have a national standard with respect to seat belts. So that when a certain vehicle does not meet that standard, there's sufficient basis for enforcement.
A person current rendition, section 3. We see tipper trucks, pickups and Kia trucks carrying so we don't have people riding on the back of packets of pickups and Kia trucks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months the licensing authority in consultation with the Ghana Standards Authority, so that we also cater to the needs of children. And the responsibility again is on who whoever is driving to ensure that the child is properly strapped. These reviews, we move to the regulations. Standards and more strength to what we had in the Act itself, so that we ensure the environment is protected and all who drive also maintain their vehicles as the law requires. Regulation 17.1, with respect to change of ownership. As it is now, when the ownership of a motor vehicle changes, the prospective owner is required within 14 days to notify the licensing authority of that change. But we are seeking a review that not only the prospective owner, but the prospective owner and the current owner to effect the change of ownership at the licensing authority. Still on change of ownership, that you are not only required to submit a letter to the authority, but that you add a certificate of title, which is part of the ownership details of the vehicle, that you do not only write to the licensing authority, but you must, of necessity, submit these documents as well. So then now, a certificate of title becomes a requirement for effecting the change of ownership. Regulations 23.1, issuance of trade license. That a licensing authority may issue a trade license to a motor vehicle trader, the motor trader, a fleet owner, or an authorized trade plate dealer. Remember, in the Act, we redefined the plate or the trade plate to a trade license. So we are saying now, we're editing Regulation 23 at all times. Bring on board current technology within our licensing dispensation. Followed by the classification letters P or V. Sorry. P or V, or any other letters of a series distinct from that in use for a registered motor vehicle. Specific motor vehicle for which the trade license was issued. Again, the law recognizes that trade license auto dealers trade with these plates. And so what we are doing here is seeking to ensure that the operations of the operators are catered for in law. Or road construction machine or a motorcycle. We want to edit 25(4) that with a class to be able to apply directly into that class. Regulations 26(4) still on learner's license. On the road from (5:01 a.m.) to 10 p.m. instead of 9 instead of 7 p.m. This idea is to give all those learners the opportunity to acquire experience a person is disqualified from holding or obtaining a license to drive a motor vehicle if that person is under 18 years of age. 2, a commercial vehicle if that person driver's license. However, the licensing authority will introduce administrative and other policy guidelines in administering this regulation. That is what pertains currently in the law. We are saying that recognizing advancements in technology in the lines authority, we want you have to produce it immediately.
Yes. The law, as it is, says that a police officer who is above because the powers that they have is your lines that
now that we are bringing technology. Or something, if the land bring that technology. Into the system to make sure somebody, yes, this myself I've experienced it's as simple as that. We must do the technology. That way enable the policeman check the lances and give it back to you. Force ourselves. You will never GVLSA they have all been in this country. So there must be a way to implement.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about it.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Bold, beautiful, talented, God-fearing are the words that best describe her. She's one of the few gospel musicians that have climbed several international stages and represented a country globally. She has proven herself from time to time again, and she's here on Talk Attainment to get personal with us. This is Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am yours truly, Elsie Lama. We'll be back after this break. Welcome back to Talk Attainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and as usual, this show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from jollof rice, smoothies, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 Ghana cedis. You get one small pizza, fries, chicken, one Coca-Cola at all their branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for only 40 cedis at all their branches. Be a part of their midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy one and get one free at all their branches. Also remember to start your weekend with their special jollof rice and fried rice combo from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And yes, the time has come, and we have here the multiple award-winning Mrs. Celestine Donko. You are welcome.
My pleasure. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we stormed her place today, her studio, and we want to have a conversation with her, chat. Yeah, so I know you rap.
Oh yeah.
Yes, so you can open the show by just giving us some, some freestyle, some rap freestyle. Mashada fa my rap freestyle.
Okay, me jima kumembo tunyumbo binti asehwe. Senior brand teno nankenye nanso erade hu me mobo ode ya dumna dumme. Efe kwade we shira me mana ye too much all for me. Even before I pray is done for me.
Come on.
Sometimes grab me misano but he does for
me.
Ewe mubanka shira we nyame neseme nanso Favor of God do all for me.
Oh my God. I'm blown. I'm totally blown. Wow. It's the rhyming for me, like, oh my God.
Thank you.
Chale, you have to switch.
I have to switch
because you can go like head to head with the guys. This is dope.
Thank you.
So we know you as Mrs. Celestine Donko. We know you to be a singer, a powerful singer who has released back-to-back bangers for us. You have given us songs to worship with. You have given us songs to dance in church with. But there are other things you don't know about you, where you grew up, your upbringing, and all that. Can you give us something brief about your background?
Okay, the full name is Celestine Mausi. I used to be Akakbo, but now Donko because I'm married.
Yeah.
I'm from the family of 15. My dad is late. My mom is fully alive, 70 plus and kicking. I'm the 7th sibling of 15. Grew up in Accra, born in Accra. I speak like 4 Ghanaian languages, and I attended school at primary school in St. Augustine's, JHS, Dampoy JHS, SHS, and secondary school, and then the University of Ghana. Graduated with a bachelor's degree in information study and sociology. What else? I'm married. I have 3 beautiful girls.
So how is it like toggling between career, life, and then being a family woman?
Well, it's all things are working together. I'm actually family woman. I'm also an entrepreneur. I am fully into detergent production, and so it's just grace and making the maximum use of 24 hours every day. That's all.
Is that enough for you though? The 24 hours?
Trust me, it is not at all.
Because nowadays, with a blink of an eye, the
time is
gone.
I know, and it feels like sometimes it feels like I have to have a 2 version of me, so that one will be doing.
Charlie,
but
you should hire a personal assistant though,
But I do have a lot of helping hands around. My husband is the number 1 of them. I have assistants at home who watch my back and stay with the kids, and my mom helps. So yes, everybody in the family helps one way or the other. So.
You made mention about the fact that you're the 7th born of 15 kids. How did that feel like?
It feels like a lot of work for my mom, But in those days, our parents, there was no family planning. They actually have children for fun. I don't know whether it's for recreation,
entertainment.
But it was good. She kept giving birth. She should have stopped at the 7th, but we thank God.
Mama is a strong woman.
She is
very strong woman. So moving forward, so you have been able to collaborate with quite a number of secular artists, particularly Akwaboy and Efia. Okay, it's just Akwaboy and Efia, right?
Yeah, basically. Let me say 3, Akwaboy, Efia, and Edem.
Oh, okay,
yes,
Edem.
Yeah.
But with the Akwaboy and Efia brought about some controversies, the usual adding gospel access, you're not supposed to sing, that kind of thing. But did that in any way deter you? Are you still going to did you draw lessons from it and go okay, so this is it, I've learned my lessons, I'm not going in for any secular artists, or you have an intention to?
Oh yeah, I've learned my lessons. I mean, every experience of it I've added to the next thing I'm going to do, but then definitely it's not going to be a backing down. It has to be something bigger and better. Yeah. So we there's a plan, there's a direction, there's a focus, and that is what I look at. And at a point in time, if there is a need to bring in a secular act to achieve what we want to achieve, we'll go for it. What I did with Efia and Akwaboy was a project. And the same with Edem. Edem's own was a tribute song for the late Kwabena Dumo. And then Efia and Akwaboy's own was also like an all-star kind of song, Thanksgiving song. So there was a need for it, and my team thought about it that it was necessary. So going forward, you see, in life we never say never. Yes, when there is a need for it, we'll definitely do.
But like when the criticisms were pouring in left, right, center, forward, what was running through your mind the whole time?
To be very, very honest with you, it revealed to me how much the gospel is not heard. The true gospel is not being preached. Because in the 21st century, if some of these things still come up, and it's not only in Ghana, it's like all over the world.
Yeah.
Recently there was an issue about Kenya West topping chat, and you know, and so it resonates the fact that the gospel is not being heard or is not being properly preached. Because this, I mean, there shouldn't be discrimination among human beings.
Yeah.
Everybody deserves a chance, to partake in the kingdom. And remember that Bible says we should go ye into the world. Now we are kind of creating a barrier rather. Trust me, this song I did with Efia gave me the opportunity and some kind of position. It made it easy for some of these secular guys to approach me. Yeah. And they wanted to share stuff with me. How they want to be in the church. How they actually want to join singing gospel music, but it's hard for them. Yes, those are the revelations that came out. And so it's sad that the gospel we are doing is actually about reaching out to these people. But on the other hand, we are creating a barrier to stop them. So for me, in the little corner where I am, I add my voice and do what I can do. But I pray that we'll all come to this understanding one day that look, it will shock us in the end.
Yeah, it will shock us definitely.
Shock us in the end.
Because I feel like we are just human beings, flesh and blood. In as much as we all have, like, you might be a Christian and all of that, it's God who sees the heart of man, and He truly knows who is what and who is not what.
And even most importantly, God owns all of us.
Yes.
God actually created us. He owns us. So we call ourselves children of God. It's just like a mother who has 15 children like mine. Some will definitely go wayward and some will be in. Does it mean that you will discard your wayward children? No, you won't. And under no circumstance should your siblings also discard you. Even we human beings, if you treat your sibling in a certain way because they are not believers, you yourself now, you can be queried about that. How much more God? And so let's just be careful and let's just do what we are supposed to do.
Speaking about gospel songs and this whole hypocrisy that has come in recent times, there's word out there, fine, they are doing it to secular artists, but in as much as that is happening, there are rumors and there are words out there that is even happening among the gospel fraternity itself. How true is that? Is the sidelining and the what have yous, the negativity that has engulfed lack of unity in the gospel fraternity itself? Is it the case that is what has transcended beyond it and it's affecting the secular acts, the relation between the secular acts?
Well, I won't categorically say yes or no. But the truth of the matter is such notions are, they are real. Yeah. And with every human groups or institutions, people are different in their own ways. They have those they want to click with, and they have those they easily run with, and they easily connect with. But it's all also based on your interpersonal relationship with other musicians. For example, let's say I don't know you at all. I've not met you. But all I know is you are a Ghanaian artist. How do I connect to you? How do I make sure I have a relationship with you? For me, it is, even though I don't know you, I saw you are posting your flyer. I posted too. I saw you've posted a video. Of course, you posted because you wanted to be liked.
Yeah.
You wanted to be seen and heard. And so I give you that joy of being seen and heard by commenting and liking your post. So automatically, one kindness definitely returns another. Yeah. So that is how I try to connect with even artists who are not close to me. But the reality is, it seems like there are cliques.
The energy is not the same.
Exactly. And there are people who bond better than others. But I wouldn't call it hatred. I think it's
it's human nature.
I think it's just human nature. But there are ways that we can bridge those gaps, because in our world today, 21st century social media age, we need each other. No corner is small. No following is little. If you have 10 people following you and you post my song, those 10 people have seen it. They might never, they wouldn't have seen it on my page, but they saw it because you posted. That is how important it is for us to actually appreciate proper network and togetherness. It is for our own advantage. It's something that we just need to understand, that it will never help us if we are doing I like, I unlike, but rather connect us on the level of colleagues in the industry. That is what I run with. And so I try to avoid, this is my clique, this is the enemy of my friend, a friend of my enemy, those kind of things. They exist, but I don't run with them.
Are you still receiving the thank yous after performing at churches? Are you? But that's
sister, and easy. But by the grace of God, I mean, first fool is a fool. is not a fool, right? But the second fool is a big fool, and so when you experience unpleasant stuff like that, we come back, sit at the table with a team plan how to avoid it. And so we have been trying to avoid thank yous and meat pies and stuff like that.
Meat pie and cook.
Charlie, wow.
So like, I'm sure sitting back now and looking at all those times, have you ever thought and said to yourself, hey, like I've really wasted my time, pal, at a point in time, because
never, to be honest, no, not at all, because every little bit of the experience we have in life is important for our next level. That was what we used to be, that was how it used to be, but today the story is different. They are all very important experiences, contributing to the journey of where we are going.
You pull off very dope looks.
Oh, do I?
You have crazy, wild fashion sense. I've been watching you, most of your videos, you're dressing and all of that. Who is your plug? Share it so that Charlie,
what?
Your plug.
Like
your fashion plug.
To be honest, I'm a weird kind of person in my own world. I can do the same dress I took to church, like I can do it for months. At other times, I can just put on my,
You're just normal.
I think it's just a creative aspect of me, and that manifests in the way I dress. Yeah, I might do some fashion things in the future. You never know.
Wow, that's great.
Because I really do have it in me.
I know you're enjoying the show, but let me interrupt you a little bit and go for this quick breather. When we come back, we have so much more for you. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the Discovery segment on Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm with super talented, violin player.
Yeah, Nana the violinist.
Nana the violinist.
Yeah. I didn't get access to a violin or anything until after senior high school, where I met somebody who was playing it. I was like, wow, it's not like you meet people and they have violinists written on their forehead. So I didn't know he actually played until we went to church one time. I saw him playing and I said, okay, then I also want to learn it because I've always wanted to learn since I was a kid, but I never had the opportunity. So he helped me get my first violin, but then he left the country afterwards and I didn't have anyone else to help me out. So I just stuck to the internet, YouTube, practice, and then we are here today. The excitement with being a female violinist, like when everyone sees you, they're like, oh wow, you play the violin. Yeah, so it actually brings joy into the lives of a lot of people because there are lots of common instruments out there. You have piano, guitar, so to have a lady play something that's not so common
in Ghana.
Yes, it makes me really happy. Growing up as a kid, I liked singing a lot. I loved music, so the interest has always been there. Yeah.
Right. So, what's your favorite thing about being a violinist?
Personally, I love pop music, but being a violinist, I've come to understand that you can't be a violinist or an instrumentalist per se and have a favorite genre of music. You have to be all around because I love pop, somebody doesn't love pop, someone loves reggae, someone loves classical, someone loves Afrobeats, anything. So I made myself an all-round person. Wherever the demand is, that is where I go. No matter how difficult it is, I try so hard to penetrate that market and make sure I get it right. Yeah. So the challenges I've encountered so far has to deal mainly with me having no knowledge in music. I have no knowledge in music. I had to learn everything from scratch. It's been a lot to take in. The violin, there's so many things you have to focus on, how the sound you're producing on the bow, your notes, everything. There's so many things, trying not to make a mistake and all that. Combining that with gaining knowledge in music separately, because you can't just pick the violin and start playing. At least you should have some little knowledge in music. My name is Nana the Violinist. On Instagram, I am Nana the Violinist. On Facebook, Nana the Violinist. And on Twitter is Nana_Ohui, OHUI. And via telephone number, in case of calls for events and stuff like that, you can reach me on 020-906-3302. 020-906-3302. Yeah.
And we are back. If you just joined us, this is Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we are here having a nice time with Mrs. Celestine Donko. Don't forget, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So
when are we going to when are we going to open this pizza?
We will munch in. Oh, you can start. You can start munching in.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a way we eat. There's a way we eat pizza. We can do it off camera.
You don't want to be caught unfresh.
Yeah, you know that thing.
Mrs. Donko, you have a new song out. Yeah. Only You.
Yeah.
Why Only You?
Only You is a testimony song. In fact, I mentioned Only You just once in the whole song. But I think it's the most appropriate title because every other thing in the song, the lyrics, the message points to only you. And the you here is just God. Only God. I was just blown away with some amazing things God has done in my life. And because you are in my studio today, let me just begin with how God blessed us with this studio. You know, before I used to rehearse at other studios, pay to rehearse. Sometimes we rehearse on credit. Yeah. And especially when I'm about to have Celestial Praise, we have a lot of rehearsals. We have like more than 20 times rehearsals before the event. And so at that time it's pressure, so we credit the studio and then we rehearse, you know, so that we pay later. But God has blessed my ministry with this beautiful studio, well equipped and all. This is just one of the amazing things God has done. And you know, sometimes when you compare yourselves to people, you would lose sight of what God is doing in your own life. You need to do comparison in life, but don't do it looking at people. Look at your past.
Yes.
Compare your past to today, and you'll be able to write down many amazing things that God has done. So we feel like we don't have testimonies because we keep comparing ourselves to other people external of us. But if we will be sincere to ourselves and look back, we would appreciate the mighty things that God has done. So this Only You song is everything of our life pointing to only God. If it hadn't been God, where would we be? So it's a testimony song that says it all for you. When you are thankful to God, you want to express your thanksgiving to God, just go on this Only You song and just express your thanksgiving, express your joy. It says it all.
On this place, can you give us some few lines of the Only You?
Okay, so my favorite line is, I have a testimony, a testimony. I'll tell the world my story of what you have done. Akbenamau, Akbenamau, Akbe miadanamau. Yeah,
I see you adopt the Ewe language in each of your songs. Is that a style, or you just want to acknowledge the part of the country where you hail from?
It's not really that. It's the love for my language. Even though I'm 100% Ewe, I was born in Ghana. Half of me come from Togo and half of me come from Volta region. I was born in Ghana, schooled in Ghana, so I've actually lost the richness of getting a grip of my language. Yeah, so when I hear it, it excites me. Yes, so it's not like to make a way out there. No, it's just my love for the language.
Wow.
So some way, somehow, a piece must show up in my song.
Because the first the first time I heard your voice was on that was what gripped me. So that's the only part of the song I sing. Please help sing it for me.
Machonyemowo ananyemawo enya nusiwo hiana adenyefukpe Katada, Yesu enye holo, yela. Hey, you've learned the thing, pal. Hey, ananye mawe, enya, nusiwo yana, adenye fukbe, bewo katada, Yesu enye holo.
Oh, that song.
Yeah.
That's crazy, you know.
It was
crazy.
all over.
So in your previous when you were speaking earlier, you made mention about testimonies. Have you so far had any mind-blowing testimonies from people who have listened to your songs, and how have they affected your have they in any way encouraged you to do something more for your fans and stuff like that? A lot of mind-blowing testimonies. Sometimes me myself, I wonder, I'm the one who sang the song. Why is my own testimony you're not this awesome?
because I hear really awesome testimonies. There was one really, really important one to me. It comes to mind easily because of how amazing it is. And there's this woman I met. She actually called me to come to her child naming because that child is a miracle child. She has had over 6 times. They call it V, that thing that they do artificial insemination. Yes, they call it VI something, and it's really expensive. You have to pay over $6,000 each time she did it. She did it for 6 times.
Wow.
Yes, and all failed. And then she actually connected to my song Agbebolo, and somehow God just showed up when she actually wanted to give up because she was crossing her natural age of giving birth and she was getting consent, and the Lord just blessed her with a beautiful baby. And when she shared this testimony with me, you know, when people say things like this, it looks very simple, but the things they went through behind the scenes, it's one of the most amazing testimonies. And it really encourages me. It keeps me like singing, and it keeps me writing, because the first point of the beginning of my music was started on a testimony that I heard. I recorded a song that I wasn't even paying attention to, and then somebody came to me, shared a testimony about that song, and told me how the song saved his life when he wanted to kill himself. And that was where I had the turning point to actually start my music career and take it seriously.
What song was that?
It wasn't even out that. It's it's an album that I don't even count today because I've even lost all the songs, because I visited a studio. The studio guy was like, "Hey, you have a good talent. Come and let me record you." And he recorded me. I didn't pay anything. Everything came so easily. So, like, after the launch, I dumped it somewhere, back to school, focusing on my life. And then somebody came to me and said, "Look, the song you launched, I bought the CD. I wanted to commit suicide, and I mixed rat poison, and I wanted to take it back. I felt like, let me play a song." And then I had that CD I bought from your lunch, so I played it. A song that says, "Yeah, wanyamia, oh yeah, Abraham nyami, oh yeah, Isaac nyami, no yeah, Jacob nyami, senya otiti timrino, odasu tisada." Onyamia obo owo pimpa enka wanwe drum wate enye wo boni bi no nyamia obo owo pimpa. So that enka wanwe drum enye wo boni bi is what kept this man alive. And he looked for me, told me, "Celestine, if you are not taking your music seriously, please do." That was where I had a turning point. I went back to look for the songs I dumped, and went back to look for the studio I wasn't going anymore. And I started praying that God direct, because if this song is saving just one person, it was so much, I was so much content with that. And so, as for testimonies related to my ministry, it is what fuels me. And the moment I feel like giving up, of course we are human, sometimes you want to give up. And at times when I want to give up, I remember the next life that I might be saving, and I may be connected to me. And then if I give up, that person, might also not get their blessing. So testimonies are very, very, very pivotal in my ministry.
Celestial Praise, what's the inspiration behind it?
It's to bring people together from all walks of life and have, aside this celebrity fame life, I am like sincerely, truly, truly a ministry person. I like to, there are so many giftings in me that people don't know out there. I'm a serious prayer person. By the grace of God, I have prophetic gifts sometimes, and a serious worship gift, that when that unction that comes, so many things happen. And we experience it with our smaller team, like my BV team, my music team, and my team. When we meet together, we have fellowship, so many great things presence happen. So sometimes we want to extend it to the larger audience in a gathering like that. So that is what birth Celestial Praise. And by the grace of God, we've done it. It's been amazing over the years. And we are hoping to do this year.
How has the support been so far?
Awesome. It was really, really picking up, really, really going high. COVID came to slow things down a bit, but we are not giving up. So we're bouncing back. It's been really, really awesome.
Your detergents products that did the COVID inspire it?
No. I've been doing it for like 5 years before COVID. Yeah. It was I started, and then people who bought the product always like came back for more. And so I got inspired, I got motivated. I was in the process of doing FDA registrations and stuff to get it really out there. And then COVID came, and it was actually the products that COVID situation needed. So we did really good business in COVID time. Yeah, so it has been there. It has been there.
How was the feeling like when you heard Dinah Hamilton won the Artist of the Year?
Did you see me? I don't know why the camera didn't capture me, but like I was rooting for the lady, you know. So I was very, very excited. For me, you see this whole gospel industry thing, it's like one thing for me. If Dinah wins and she's gospel, it's a big win for the gospel. And trust me, we will ever say it in the history of Ghana gospel music. Jometo was the first gospel act to win the main artist of the year, and Dinah was the first female gospel act to win the artist of the year. And this pride is like, I don't know if me is my pride. Like, it really excites me to see this victory coming out of the gospel side. Do you know why I'm excited?
No, tell me.
Because it means that the door is open.
Yeah.
And tomorrow it will be somebody else's turn. Tomorrow it will be my turn. They've opened the door. Is it when Jesus visits your neighbor? It means he's still in the neighborhood, you know. So you should be smart and tap your blessing. So I root for them. I support them. And if they made me feel very, very proud to be a gospel artist in
Do you
Ghana,
see yourself to be winning the next?
Everything is possible. Nobody saw Joe winning. Nobody saw Dinah winning. So nobody should see me winning because I'm about to win.
Of course. And there were criticisms, you know, that Kitty should have won. Dinah didn't deserve it and stuff like that. What was your take on that?
My take is simple. Every category and the artists nominated there qualify and are potential winners. So do your job well. If you win, somebody will definitely say you don't deserve it. But the truth of the matter, you qualify the nomination, you qualify for a win. That's all. It's as simple as that. So I don't think Kiddy won and the board decided to give it to Dinah. No. She rallied team behind her. They voted and she won. So next time, let your vote do the talking for you. That's all, you know.
My last question. How does it feel being managed by your husband?
I think it's when I sincerely count my blessings, it's one of the biggest one amongst them all, to have my spouse, not just, you know, being a husband, but being my manager, being my financier, being my, like, he's the one person in my life who understands the things I carry in me. And because he knows what I carry, he pushes me, edges me, and he's my number one inspirer, number one motivator. And he is the greatest blessing I have in my life right now. The way he supports, the way he even sees things that I am not even thinking about. Like, he pushes me. For instance, he's pushing me currently to write a book. And you know, it's amazing when you have people who are close to you, pushing you and edging you to bring out everything you have in you.
Your second eye.
Yeah. And so he's a great blessing. I won't trade this for anything else.
Aww.
Look, and I've had many people discourage, like, they make it feel like it's odd to have your husband manage, but I wonder why.
But But you know, of late, there has been the trend of people falling out with their husbands who have doubled as their managers. Do you sometimes get scared when you hear stuff like that?
1,000 will fall at our right, 10,000 on our left. Only with our eyes will we see, with our ears will we hear. It doesn't mean that necessarily we are going to follow the terrain. No, that is not my destiny. Yes, me a girl, you're training me. Even without Christ, we are trained to stay in marriage. Yeah. We don't jump in marriage and skip out just like that. It's not in our blood. Yes, we are cultured, or we are raised to stay in marriage. So aside that, and then the principles of Christ attache, Charlie, God no go shame us.
Forget that forever.
God no go shame us. Yeah.
Okay, so give us your last words, your fans.
My last words to my fans: I really thank you all. I appreciate you for your love and your support. There is just one thing I want you all to do for me. Anytime you see I've released the song, please post the song for me. Share it, because in our world today is really a very important way to support your favorite artist. So please share the song, put it on your status, share it to your WhatsApp groups. Let your people in your circle know that, hey, my favorite artist Celestine Donko has a new song out there, and that will be a great blessing and promotion to what we are doing. God bless you for always supporting and always loving.
Where can your fans get your new song to stream or download or
stream
anything?
On Boomplay, Audio Mac, Apple Music, Spotify, Deezer, Tidal, all your favorite, your preferred streaming platform. Just go there and make sure you look for Celestine Donko, Only You, and all my old songs. Just you get them there. Yeah. And YouTube,
social
don't
media
forget
handles.
YouTube, Celestial TV on YouTube. Instagram is Celestine Donko Music. And hey, I'm TikToking now. So yeah, TikTok with me. Celestine Donko Music on TikTok. I'm currently doing a duet. I want to sing with you. So yes, I've posted something that you can duet. Go on my page, check it out, and give me a duet. I'll post you back.
Hey, TikTok. Charlie, I'll go and find you on TikTok. Yeah. This has been a very great interview. I'm sure you sitting at home or watching us at the moment, you enjoyed and you had a good time with our conversation with Mrs. Celestine Donko. And of course, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spaghetti, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small size of pizza, fries, and chicken, one Coca-Cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all their branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with the special jollof rice and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches. Also call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And of course, they have asked us to present a coupon to the very beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
So you can visit any of their branches and place an order.
Thank you,
and
Cheesy Pizza. Thank you so much. Can we go now?
Yes, we can go.
Come on.
Man for China too. It is about mine and a yebu. Dabi, you must have it. I will call you. I'm coming. The Chazanso, we don't talk back. The law does not allow you to arrest anybody. You must say our citizens are arrested or by the Yeka. Yeka who is entrusted to enforce the law and regulation, police. Now, do you even need to go and there for police to come and arrest you? And the Miss Ramo, police, I'm the suggestion on their band there. Now, for young so, young more son of man home by the best every year now. Yes, Carlo.
Thank you, Honorable. (101) Driving of vehicles. A person driving a motor vehicle on a road shall maintain complete control over the vehicle and have full visibility of the traffic, obey all directions, whether oral or by signal, given by a police officer or a police officer in uniform or an authorized person, to stop the motor vehicle, to slow the motor vehicle, to pass on as indicated, to keep to an indicated line or traffic, or park in an indicated place. We want to introduce a few additions. That you shall not leave the motor vehicle unattended on any road with the engine running. Shall not leave a vehicle on any road without having taken due precautions against it being started in his absence. And shall not drive a motor vehicle backwards further than may be necessary for turning or some other reasonable purpose. 127. Issuance issue
What the back suggestion?
A person shall not sell who have begging on the road in their numbers. And those one of these so
Regulation 126. Digital transport.
Years have passed since the end of the Second World War, and the world was faced with the danger that man's achievements over thousands of years was destroyed in a new, even more devastating conflict. The voice of reason and of the conscience of mankind was raised before the danger of a new war, of a new catastrophe on a world-wide scale. In the atmosphere created by the Cold War and nuclear explosions, millions of people sought an opportunity to make their views heard in the world. It seemed that their desire would remain unfulfilled. But conscious of the world in which history has cast them, many non-aligned countries decided that their heads of state and government should meet in Belgrade. Representatives of states on 4 continents, presidents and prime ministers of 25 big and small countries with differing social systems came to attend the Belgrade Conference of the non-aligned countries.
Dear President of the Republic of Serbia, dear President of the Republic of Ghana, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ceremony of awarding the Medal of the Republic of Serbia on a ribbon, which is awarded to the President of the Republic of Ghana by the President of the Republic of Serbia. By the decree of the Republic of Serbia as of the 8th of October 2021, the Medal of the Republic of Serbia on a ribbon is awarded to the President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for exceptional merits in developing and strengthening cooperation and friendly relations between the Republic of Serbia and the Republic of Ghana. I hereby invite the President of the Republic of Serbia, Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, to award the medal, and the President of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to receive the medal.
Since the days of Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah, one of the 5 historic founding fathers of NAM, together with Jawaharlal Nehru of India, Ahmed Sukarno of Indonesia, Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and Joseph Broz Tito of the then Yugoslavia, who launched the movement in this famous city of Belgrade 60 years ago. Ghana has remained a faithful adherent of its principles. that is respect for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of states, non-interference in the domestic affairs of states, and non-aggression against states. We believe that the strength of the movement is determined not just by its numbers, but more significantly by the attachment to the principles that founded it. At the 1961 summit, Kwame Nkrumah, whose daughter Samia is a member of Ghana's delegation to this commemorative meeting, raised a matter that was topical and on the front burner at the time: the threat of nuclear weapons and the imperative to disarm. He said, and I quote, "This conference should call on the powers of the world to disarm. They must disarm to ensure that they are unable to strike against each other. If you want peace, stop preparing for war," unquote. 60 years later, the great powers have not disarmed, neither has the threat of nuclear war receded. They are still as powerful as they were then, and this has been highlighted by the COVID pandemic and the unsavory politics of vaccine nationalism we are currently witnessing. We are observers of global power play and are subject to the benevolence of powerful countries who give out their hoarded supplies at their own pace, not necessarily in tandem with our realities. The need for self-reliance today in the global south is as important as positive neutralism was in the era of the Cold War. The impact of the pandemic on our populations has been severe. We must stand shoulder to shoulder and be resolved to ensure that we're better prepared for future pandemics. We must not miss the opportunity of this occasion to take far-reaching decisions for a more equitable and balanced world, based on the principle of the equality of sovereign states. We should continue to work towards the global objectives of peace, development, and interdependence. Let me, in conclusion, co-chairs, reiterate Ghana's firm conviction that the non-aligned movement is as relevant in this 21st century as it was in the 20th century in protecting the interests of the developing world. There will be challenges, but working hand in hand, we can move ahead together and indeed much further, more so when through our cooperation and solidarity, we achieve the restructuring of the global financial system to facilitate the rapid development of our economies. The next 60 years of the movement must mark its empowerment to meet the wishes and aspirations of our peoples for development, dignity, and diversity. Co-chairs, I thank you for your attention.
Communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome to another edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Today we speak to another accident victim. Our guest today is a content creator, a creative lead, and on the side he likes to MC and make people happy. Our guest today is David Dawoku. Thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you for having me.
Great. Let's talk about your accident. How did it happen?
So when you say accident, it sounds very big because people have gone through a lot more.
Well, that is true.
But for mine was, I'll say in one word, it was unexpected, right? It wasn't a major accident where there were casualties and stuff like that. But
okay.
For me, for someone who has, throughout my life, I've not been in an accident before. And so this one was still very traumatic for me.
It shook you?
Yeah, it shook me. I was on my way to work, so at the time I used to work at Star FM.
When was this?
This was in 2015.
Okay.
So it's a good, I think, 6 years, ago. I was on my way to work. I used to live at North Legon at the time. And heading to Star FM Akanda, you usually use the Tetekwashi interchange. Yes. So I was on the straight route from Legon towards Accra. So this was shortly before you get to Spanner Junction by Accra Mall. So I was driving at normal speed, and then I heard a screeching sound ahead of me. Now this was like the road was free, but there were still a bit of cars on the road. So I would say about 5 to 6 cars ahead of me.
Okay.
So I heard a screeching sound, and then I realized that the screeching sound continued with different cars. Like each of the cars stopped abruptly.
Okay.
And so this happened until it got to my car as well. So I realized that the car in front of me stopped abruptly. So I had no option but to step on the brakes. So I ended up hitting the car in front of me. I realized that the other cars had hit each other. It was a pile-up.
Okay. Is it that you didn't see it early? That's why you also hit?
Yes, I didn't see it early. I was just, like, imagine this, you are just driving and then all of a sudden the car in front of you stops.
Abruptly, okay.
There was
time.
no waiting time, nothing.
Reaction time.
So reaction time was very short.
Okay.
Probably a few seconds. So I had to step on my brakes, and I ended up hitting the person in front of me. And a few seconds later, the person behind me, like I felt some impact, very heavy impact, such that my head, bobbed back and forth in a very awkward manner.
Oh, okay. You jerked up.
I jerked, exactly, but I was in my seatbelt anyways.
Okay.
So, but the impact was very great. So I realized that someone had also hit me from the back. My heart was racing because I didn't know what was going on, and so I got down. I sat in the vehicle for a while to catch my breath. I got down and realized that my knee area was swollen because of the impact. I had hit the not the dashboard, but where the steering wheel is. There is a plastic
underneath it.
Yes, underneath it. My knee had hit the place. Instantly, I felt neck pains because I had gone back and forth in an instant that I wasn't supposed to go. My heart was still racing. So I just stepped out of the vehicle, realized that the 3 cars in front of me had been badly mangled front and back. For some reason, my car is just a number plate that came off.
What car were you using?
I was using a Toyota Matrix at the time.
Okay.
So it was just a number plate that had come off, and the back, I think the Toyota Matrix, the bumpers are plastic. So there was just a little crack at the back bumper as well. And in the front, besides the number plates falling off, there was a little crack there as well.
Okay.
But I mean, 3 years down the line, the effects of that accident began to show later, not on the day of the accident. So later on, when you open my bonnet and things, you see that this place is broken off and everything. But it took 3 years for that to come.
Okay.
But in any case, right after I called, I was living with my parents at the time. I wasn't married. So I called my dad. My dad came to pick me up, took me to the hospital, and right away they had to do a, what do you call it? There's a medical term, CTG or something, chest scan, because my heart was still racing even an hour after the accident.
Did you kind of have a panic attack or?
I think yes. What I was having was some form of panic attack or anxiety. But even though my heart was racing, I was calm. I was very calm. It's only until later when I was lying on the table and they put the things on me that I was replaying the accident again. But on the spot there, because there was so much adrenaline, and because of that, I mean, to date, it's still very, very traumatic for me.
When you got out of the car to evaluate what had happened, you said the car which was ahead of you looked a bit mangled.
Yeah, that car, I believe, I've forgotten what car it was. It was a saloon car as well. But the back had gone in.
What did the driver say to you?
No, he did. You see, so at that point, everybody realized that this was a pile-up. So it's not the fault of the one behind. Neither is it the fault of the one in front. But here's the interesting thing: the one who caused the accident, the first car, nobody hit his car. After he did that, he did that abrupt break. He left. So it is everybody after him, the 5 or 6 cars after him that were affected in the pile-up.
So
but
he created a freak accident and then
he went. He left cry. So it was up to us to manage. So funny, surprisingly, my car was the only car that didn't have that much damage. The rest badly damaged.
Even the one which was behind
the
you?
One behind me the front was mangled. Yeah.
Did you report it to the police?
No. So at that point, then it becomes an issue of whose responsibility is it to report. I believe that the people whose cars were badly mangled may have reported it to the police. But for me, I waited a bit, and this was around 9-10 a.m. So the traffic had cleared. So I waited a bit for my dad to come and pick me up and take me. I didn't think of police in that situation. I was just, at the time, my focus was just to go to the hospital because I was wondering what was wrong with me. It's like I felt like I've been dropped from I'm afraid of heights, so I felt like I've been dropped from a very high place, or I felt like someone was trying to shoot me, and then when the person shot, there was no bullet in the gun. You know that?
The feeling that,
that's how I felt like
just going to die.
My heart. I felt like I was just about to die and then I'd been saved. And if it went on for about 2 hours before I was okay.
Wow.
So then it got me thinking that, and then the people who go through major accidents where the car flips and everything, how would they handle this? And just that little, the pile-up, that little impact of someone hitting me was very great. So I'm imagining cars that somersault and things.
What was the demeanor of your dad when he came to pick you? How did he take that?
They were I don't know how to put it, but you had seen that they had been scared with the call because I called them, but I was calm. But they were scared. They were scared. Even when we got to the hospital, it took the assurance of the doctor to calm everybody down. I remember as soon as my dad heard the call and he called me, he called my girlfriend, who is my wife now. He called her, and she lives in somewhere in Tema. She also left and came because everybody was, scared and everything. So she took time off work and left and came to see if everything is okay.
Playing back everything today, do you think things could have gone differently? What do you think you could have done to sort of avert the situation?
Oh,
or you think it was just a freak accident?
I think it was a freak accident. There are some of those things that, you see, whenever you are driving, that's why it's good to pray before you leave your house. Whenever you are driving, accidents, sometimes you may cause an accident. Sometimes with somebody's carelessness, that will come into your path. You know, I mean, besides this, I've hit somebody before. You know, I've hit I've hit a child.
You know,
yes, before. Maybe I should add that.
Yes.
So besides this,
how did that happen?
Accidents on me. I've also had two accidents on other people. The first one was a boy of about, I think it was about 6 or 7, and this was somewhere within the Star FM area. So this within Kanda, the inner roads. So I was just driving this, and this driving wasn't because it's inner roads. This very low speed, right? Driving through the neighborhood, and I saw 2 boys of around the same age, 6 and 7, walking. They're just walking randomly along the road. So I was driving. Before I could say jack, or before I could step on my brakes, one of the boys pushed the other boy into my way, into the road.
Pushed how? It's like they were playing.
So they live in the neighborhood. They were walking randomly, and then having a conversation, and then what do you call it? All of a sudden, he just pushed his friend into my lane. The car lane. So I hit him, and then I had to step on my brakes and stop the car. So I stopped the car, got out. I was like, why would he do that? So the boy was on the floor crying. When he fell, it was a tarred road. So he had hit, it wasn't his head, I think it was his knee or something. He had hit his knee onto the concrete and was holding it, clutching it in pain, and was crying and everything. But luckily, I've always been afraid of mob justice. You know that place close to Nima?
Yeah.
So I've always been afraid of. So that was the first thought that crossed my mind. But I didn't want to run away. I just stayed and made sure that the boy was okay. But luckily, the boy's people, his family and his mom and things, they were around when it happened. So they came and were rather shouting at the...
Oh, they saw everything.
They saw everything happen, shouting at the boy, and I think he had been told not to go out that day or something. So say we, that kind of thing, and then yelling at his friend that why would he do that and stuff like that. And they told me that boss will be to me why. So I just gave them something small, and then I was on my way. But that was also very traumatic for me because somebody in Kidi, like someone's child, and I had to, hit the person.
Is that to say that it was of minimal impact because you?
Yeah, it was of me. But even with, so it's like it was at slow speed, but it hit him.
Yeah.
Once
he fell.
Yeah, it hit him, and
the trauma.
He fell. You know that falling that you fall for a few, you are pushed for a few meters. That's how it was. He went. So it's like I hit him. He went for a few meters on the ground. He flew. Let me put it that way. He flew for a few meters because I think the impact was more from him because his friend pushed him violently into the street. So he came into my car with speed and fell somewhere. So much so that like I'm on a straight road. And when I got down from the car, I had to look on the side because that's how he fell. He came in the middle of the road, fell off to the side, and I stopped my car and went to check on him. So it was very. I mean, as I was going, my was shaking. I was shaking in the as I was driving in the car and everything. And then the other one on Tema, Hospital Road. This was on a Saturday morning. It was a traffic light. It had just turned green. So I just stepped on my accelerator to move. And Trotro meets trying to get passengers. He just appeared in front of my car because he was running to the other side to go and bring a passenger to his car. And then he hit the car. So I was moving. The car hit him and he fell and got up and continued to go.
Hey.
he got up and continued to go. So his was more to the right. The front of the car didn't hit him. It was the right side of the car.
Okay.
So when he hit my side mirror. My side mirror came off.
Oh.
Yeah, my side mirror came off, and then so I had to stop and also go and check. But he wasn't concerned. I'm sure later on he went to feel the pains in the house, but he wasn't concerned at that point. He was just focused on going to get his passenger.
Let me draw you back a bit, and with regards to the little boy. I'm wondering why you didn't offer to take him to the hospital or anything of.
So, I mean, at the point, his injuries looked like he's going to play ball and then he scraped his knee. There was a deep cut on his. I think at the point I saw 2 injuries. So there were skid marks on his thigh, and then the deep cut was on his left knee, almost towards his knee and everything. It was a deep cut. But at the point I was asking there was a bit of commotion around and them yelling at the boy and stuff. So at a point I was asking the people that, is there anything I can do in Financial Hospital? And I said, then that's where the mom was like, it's okay, I can go. So boss baby so I just gave them a small amount of money in case they needed to take him to the hospital and all that, and then I went on my way.
I see. But generally, what do you make of the spate of accidents and how that can be kept in the country?
Well, personally, I feel like I was going to say that the spate of accidents is heavily dependent on, the level of income generally. Like poorer countries will have more accidents, but that's not true. Because in America and in developed nations, accidents also happen. I think that to some extent, accidents are preventable. And so that is where the standard of living and cost of living issue comes in. For example, accidents on major roads in terms of highways can be prevented if there are better routes, right? And I feel like for a country where the standard of living is high and all of that, commercial vehicles that will be in a better state. So if I'm just thinking back to my church days, when I was doing my service and everything, when I had to take church from Medina to Osu and from Osu to Medina, right? The characteristic of Osu churches, I feel like if you are not looking bad, they won't let you work in Osu, because all the churches there are beyond repair. You understand? I don't know if it's changed over time, but most of the churches there, that's characteristics of them. And I'm thinking for churches like that, when you have an accident, everybody will die. Because the seats, obviously there are no seat belts. The seats it's like they are old and they've been sprayed again. So some of the metal is still, even sitting in it, just a little impact can have some effect on you. And then now having an accident. So generally, before Uber came and all of that, I feel like the standard of vehicles we're using in this country were not the best.
But how about now?
But now,
what do you think is causing the plenty accidents we are witnessing? And how do you think we can stop that?
I think that, first of all, it's important to note that you cannot have 100%, if it comes to road accidents, you can't have 100% situation where we've had a time when there are no accidents at all. I think the focus should be on minimizing it. So I believe that road safety campaigns, in terms of telling people not to speed, a lot of people like to go on what do you call it, jolly or joy rides, where, especially where I live, Central University is close to that point. So you have people on the Dawenya Road, and the motorway leads to the Dawenya Road. You have a lot of people speeding unnecessarily on roads like that. and it's not necessary. You see, sometimes younger people want to impress their friends and show that, yeah, their car is a machine and everything. And I feel like at the end of the day, if you have a car, but you cannot drive it because you are dead or the car is damaged, what's the point? You see, so I think that the road safety starts from me and you. Okay, the fact that you know that a car is just a means of transport from one point to the other. The whole fanfare about speed and everything is not necessary, right? If we begin to have that at the back of our minds from the beginning, like internally with ourselves, it's a good start to go with. But at the end of the day, you may believe in all of that and go onto the road and meet somebody who doesn't believe in any of those things, or somebody who is trying to, maybe he's a truck driver, he's just trying to make sales. He's driving anyhow, he's trying to get into this lane and everything. Those are the people that need a lot of the education. Okay. See, the people who are not necessarily formal, the informal people, they need a lot of education because and we've seen a lot of adverts for a lot of truck drivers. The focus is on, he's going to pour like I'm going to pour them down and come back and pick some more. The human life, when they sit in the truck, the human life becomes more of a commodity. Okay. So they don't take care. And I feel like maybe if the laws were stiffened to have stricter punishment on commercial drivers that cause accidents, maybe it could help, because right now they are, it's just reckless.
Okay, I would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign with me, Lord Harrison Dosari. After the break, we'll get further details from David Dawoku. Please stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Ato Akins. Road accident is taking more lives than COVID-19. So be very careful on the road and stay safe. Do the right thing. Save a life.
Welcome back. This is still the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign series. My name is Lord Harrison Dosari, and we're speaking to a content creator, MC, and a lead creative, or a creative lead, David Dawoku. So you're telling us about how especially commercial drivers should be educated, but recent statistics have also shown that private drivers are usually guilty of causing accidents with their indiscipline. We normally have people either texting and driving or making wrongful overtaking and such. How do you think things like that should be addressed?
I think that from time to time, as human beings are happy when they cheat death. You get what I'm saying? Like you get a thrill when you cross the road and the car almost hits you and you made it to the other side. The car, you were safe. People get thrills from that. I think constant reminders that it's not worth, you are going to a place. Better leads. It's even a saying that better leads than never. Yeah. You see, people feel like they can make a wrongful overturning and they can get away with it, and until it's too late and they meet another vehicle. I think that people should be constantly reminded of the fact that it's not worth it. The road safety campaigns and marketing should be in your face. Wherever you get to, whatever traffic light you get to, there should be a reminder that speed kills, or ensure that you signal when you are driving. Don't take wrong turns. All these things should be.
So you think there's not much visibility? Because I think we pretty much have a lot of stickers and educational materials in people's faces everywhere, but we still have accidents occurring at a higher rate.
Yes, so for that point, you cannot blame all accidents on
lack of education,
or on, like I said from the beginning, a lot of the accidents, if we were to, I don't know the percentages, but different factors cause the accident. So you may have an accident being caused by the person who is driving the car, you may have an accident being caused by a commercial driver, you may have an accident being caused. It's not about the commercial, it's not about the car, it's about the road. or some external factors, rain, low visibility, a lot of these things happen. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So you can't, there won't be a moment where altogether absolutely there will be no accidents. But I feel like the focus should be on the parts we can control. You're being a driver, commercial drivers around, and people not paying attention to certain safe ways to drive on the road. So I feel like as for education, there cannot be too much education. You understand? As much as we can put there is very important. Maybe we realize that we have to find relatable ways of getting this education out. So for example, a lot of people listen to certain shows during their drive time and stuff like that. There should be a conscious effort to put that education as well on the shows. Okay. You understand? Okay. So it should be, people listen more when everything is in their face. Wherever they turn to, they see some warning or some caution here about driving safe and things of that nature. So I think that the education has been there, the education has been intensive, but a lot more would do. A lot more would do.
All right, David Daoku, Mr. Day, thanks a lot for your time here. What are your final words to our viewers as far as the road safety campaign is concerned?
I feel like generally everybody lives for one important thing, which is self-preservation. Everything you do, I don't think anybody would willingly go and put themselves in harm's way. When you have life, you have hope, you have a means of income, you have a way to connect to people, you have opportunity to do things and be greater. You understand? When you take life away, all of those things have left. I even forgot to mention, when you have life, you have people. Nobody's an island, so people depend on you. So you need to live. You need to live. There are so many reasons for life. And so you don't want to cut that short by getting involved in an accident and losing your life. If you don't lose your life and you lose a limb, or you lose your sense of, something, maybe you go and hit your head against something and you can't think properly anymore. That's just your source of living going away. You become a vegetable and become dependent on other people. So I feel people should consider all of those things before you sit in your car to drive, or before you take some reckless decision in terms of driving. Think about how you are preserving your life for the people that depend on you and for yourself as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So that's all time will allow us on today's edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, you out there in the audience, what you can do to help this campaign is that when you see some potholed roads or some lights which are not functioning or some misdemeanor by drivers or any form of indiscipline, record it, send it to us on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb TV. On Twitter, is the GhanaWeb. Thank you for watching. My name is Lord Harisido Asare.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye.
what can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations, you're doing a good job.
And how to counter them. Welcome to unpack the recent developments. I'll be speaking with the active On Monday, 3 social media platforms experienced a 6-hour-long halt, namely Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. As a result of this, users were unable to access their accounts, with some experiencing crashes and glitches. To unpack the recent development, I'll be speaking with the acting principal consultant at the E-Crime Bureau, which is the Cybersecurity and Investigations Bureau, and we'll be delving into the cybersecurity threats and how to counter them. Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Maoli Aholemega. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that break. Before I delve into the conversation, the acting principal consultant here at the E-Crime Bureau, Philemon Haney, will be taking us through the salient steps on how they counter cybersecurity threats right here at their lab at the E-Crime Bureau.
So this is actually our managed security service.
Okay.
So what we normally do is that we monitor our clients' network for cyber threats, and we quickly respond and remediate the threats before it becomes, an incident. Okay. So on the dashboard here, you will normally see the guys monitoring, or the team monitoring incidents that are reported or events within the environment. So say a computer is infected with, let's say, a malware. Okay, so it pop out there, and we are able to go in and locate that very computer, do some analysis to establish the capability of the malware and also, let's say, the impact on the environment. Then based on that, we follow certain procedures to eliminate it from the network. So it's a kind of 24/7 thing where you have people keeping their eyes in the network, because if you don't do that, you don't know when it will become, a serious incident. Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's going on at the other?
Okay.
screen?
So this one, what we just projected, or what we have here, is more of like our training programs, our online training programs. So usually, one of the things that we do with the E-Crime Bureau, with our expertise, we are 10 years. Okay?
Yes, 10
so
years, yeah.
with our expertise in the industry, we train a lot of people. But these days, this time we have tried to digitalize most of the training programs so that people can, take their training at their own convenient, time. Yes. So that is what we do. But coming here also, as we don't just do cybersecurity, we do something we call digital forensics.
Okay.
The whole concept is that security is not 100%. Okay, you can have security, say 80%, but at 20% is your insecurity. So how do you manage this insecurity? You manage it by ensuring that you can respond to any attack within that 20% range before it tends to be a serious problem to your organization. So we do digital forensics. So if your security fail, we have to come in to do the investigations to understand how the attack occurred, which vulnerability was exploited, what is the impact.
So you look at the timelines and all that. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, you are actually an investigator. So we look at the timelines, establish the root cause. Okay, so as part of doing that,
so before you go, I don't know what devices. What devices?
Okay, so this device is Celebrite.
Okay.
Celebrite is one of the leading digital forensic tools out there in the world.
Right.
And what it does is that when maybe you are conducting an investigation, there's a mobile device involved, like a mobile phone, iPhone, Android, Huawei. Okay, we have to extract or make a copy of that phone.
Okay.
By extracting every data, your chat, your deleted information, So these two help us to do that. So once we connect it with these various cables that we have here, to your phone, we are able to pull out all the messages, and even the ones that you have deleted.
Wow.
So say you send some text message, you quickly deleted it, or
So
a picture.
nothing ever gets deleted.
Technically no. To some extent, deleted information are still able to recover. So this helps us to be able to do that. And even with drones, these days people are using drones a lot. Okay, and drones can be used in crimes, like maybe delivering some contraband, material and other things. So in case we intercept any of them, we're able to also use these to do the extraction of that information. So aside that, also we have various tools that we use that aid us in terms of our investigations to be able to get to the roots and do a root cause analysis and be able to inform security. So once we are done with our investigations, we are able to know what caused the issue. Then we are able to advise you as to how you should what mechanisms you put in place to ensure that you are able to beef up your security.
Okay.
So basically, on a daily basis, that is what we do. We have team members here who have been doing research. Okay, so on incidents, what is happening within the industry, and also send advisory through our cyber threat intelligence portal to inform our customers to be ahead of the cyber criminal. One thing I hate when people tell us that the criminals are always ahead of us. So to be ahead of us, we need R&D, we need a lot of research so that we can also be ahead of them. And that is what exactly we do here on a daily basis.
Philemon, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so you've been hearing from Philemon, and he's taking us through what goes on right here at the E-Crime Bureau's lab and how to go ahead of the criminals that will tend to attack you. Now, we'll be engaging a conversation on the WhatsApp Facebook shutdown that occurred recently. Enjoy the conversation. I'm sure you understand what happened on Monday. What was your first initial reaction when you found out that Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp were down?
I thought I was out of data. That's the first thing that came to my mind. So, because I sent, as at the time, actually, I think I was training, and I had to relay some information to my colleagues back in the office. So, I sent a WhatsApp message on our group. So I was actually expecting an instant response because it was quite urgent. But I went back again, I realized that the message wasn't delivered. Usually you take one in a group to indicate that it has been delivered. So I followed up with a series of messages. Within a few seconds, I went back again to check it wasn't. So I was in the process of, going to buy data because I thought perhaps I've run out of data. And something dawned on me to check my balance first, my data first, and I realized that I had data. So I thought maybe the network is doing its own thing again. So let me just give it some time. So I went back to training. It was actually a whole day training. So after the training, I realized that still messages were not delivered. So as usual, I normally check things on Twitter, not specifically to find out whether there was something wrong with WhatsApp, but it's just a daily routine. So I went to Twitter, and then I saw messages about people complaining about, messages not being delivered on WhatsApp, and people were saying all sorts of things, so that's why I got to know that actually there's a problem, because social media was just going, so crazy as at the time. Yes.
So the shutdown lasted for 6 hours, according to Facebook, and but from your point of view, a lot of businesses rely on these platforms to transact, even individuals also as techs. I know it's early days, yes, but have you been able to ascertain the impact of this 6-hour shutdown?
Yes, certainly. As much as maybe I will not be able to put figures to it as to how much it costs organization, but yes, of course, some institutions have come out to say that it has cost them greatly. But I think it has cost most institutions in that, for instance, if you look at our local context here in Ghana, most people, use Facebook or Instagram to sell their products. to engage with people, to advertise. They have, even people even have events. Okay, they stream, okay, their events on social media. So just imagine social media is off, you're having an event in which you want to stream and your audience are online, what's going to happen to you? So people were greatly affected. Comments didn't go on, people were not able to buy and sell. And I think one other thing that's also impacted organization is that you realize that in most applications these days, when you try to register or log on, they give you the option to use either Facebook to log on without creating an account, okay, like a kind of a single sign-on. So even I also do that. Most of my services that I access online, sometimes I don't use my, I don't recreate a profile again, so I have to just rely on the social media to use as a means to authenticate the platform. So now Facebook is not working. How do you authenticate this platform? It becomes very difficult. And if this platform is something that is supposed to, you know, facilitate your business or enable you to achieve certain goal, then after that point, you are not going to achieve that goal. And also, aside that, people also use social media to relay vital information. So meaning that this communication has been cut as at this time. So that information is not going to reach these people any longer. And again, Facebook itself, it costs them a lot. Okay, I think I read in one of the articles that it cost them about 6 million or so. Some people were saying 7 million or so. Why? Because yes, Facebook's business model is on advertisements. So once people are clicking the ads, they are getting money. So if we are down for about 6 hours, just imagine the whole world, about 3.5 billion users, and no one is clicking on any ads. Just imagine how much it's going to cost them. So actually, it costs them a lot of money. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm sure this has greatly impacted a lot of individuals and businesses. But now let's come to some, rumors that are out there that it's a bunch of kids on the dark web just trying to steal people's data or disturb Facebook and all these other platforms. What's your take on that?
Okay, so initially, when I went to Twitter and I realized that people were saying all sort of things, I didn't know what to believe in. But as an expert in cybersecurity, certainly I know there is an issue, and if there's an issue, it could be systemic issues, it could be deliberate attacks. So I didn't side with any of those information, but I took it as maybe a form of intelligence. Okay, so yes, at a point, I almost even convinced myself that this could be an attack because, prior to even this shutdown, Facebook was also going through some, whistleblower legal issues with Congress and other things. So I even read an article that somebody indicated that Facebook intentionally shut down to, wipe certain information. So as at the time, you didn't know what was happening. But I think after, let's say, they came live, at least we were able to get some few information out there, read some few information out there as to what happened. So I think most of the information that I got was that it was kind of a human error. Okay, so basically Facebook has huge computers or data centers, scattered across the globe. Okay, and whenever you want to, let's say, access WhatsApp, you have to connect to one of these data center to retrieve information or to process the data. So there are systems, there are network backbones that makes you connect to these services. So just imagine the whole internet as a kind of a spider web. Okay, and at each very node there's a computer, or at each very point there's a computer. So if you want to communicate, you usually will communicate to the nearest computer. Then the nearest computer will relay the information to the other till it gets to its destination. So according to them, on a daily basis or on a regular basis or on a scheduled basis, they do maintenance on the system to either add to capacity or to test their connectivity or to identify the issues before it becomes incidents. So as part of that, they issued a command to check their access to some of the data centers to the internet. But apparently the command that they issued was contained certain errors. And according to them, they claim that they have a good auditing system that could have audited and identified the problem before the date occurred. But also there was some kind of weakness in that procedure. So the command went through, and instead of the command going to check the availability to the internet, it rather disabled all the data centers from the backbone. Okay. So the backbone is the internet that glues all these data centers together, or the network that glues all these internet data centers together. So what the command did was that it isolated all the data centers from the backbone, so they couldn't communicate to each other. And as part of the network that they have, there is one component in it that is responsible to ensure that all their services is accessible by everyone on the internet. Okay. So this device, because the data centers were disabled from the backbone, itself couldn't even reach its own internal network. So the system also became confused. Okay. That why am I not getting to my internal network? And this system is responsible to also tell the outside world, you and I, that this is where Facebook is and this is how you are able to reach it. And because now it is confused about its own network, it decided to tell the internet that, hey, our network is no longer available, so delete it from your record. So that was deleted, which we called, you usually call it the BGP protocol. Okay. So that information or that records or that map which would tell the world where to locate Facebook was deleted. Okay. By the instruction of this internal server, which we call the DNS. Okay, so that was taken off. Now, ISPs systems out there in the internet didn't know how to find Facebook. So it was very difficult to reach Facebook as at the time, and this is what caused the outage. And now they are blaming it on internal errors. But one thing that also Facebook said, which made them take a longer time to recover, was that now that the systems were isolated from the internet, they have to certainly assess it to be able to address the issue. And how do you assess it? Under normal circumstance, two ways: remote access or physical access. And I've already said that these systems are scattered over the world. So how are you going to do it? So the best way is to use the remote access. And now that they are not hooked up onto the network, it was difficult for them to access it remotely. So they have to resort to the physical access. But Facebook has designed their system according to the internal information. They have designed their system in such a way that it's very difficult to have physical access to protect our data. So they have implemented certain physical security controls, like access controls, to restrict physical access to those servers. So now that they have done that, now you see security has become a blockade. Yeah. So now they have to find a way, or a secure way, to fly people to the various centers where the servers affected are, to be able to go and reconfigure or address the issues. So that is what took them a very long time in terms of getting physical access to the system to go and resolve the issues. And one thing about the internet is that after they resolve the issues, the DNS server, or the server which is supposed to tell the world how they can locate Facebook, they have to re-update it with the map so that our service providers across the globe will be able to know where Facebook is located. So once they did that, it takes time to propagate across the entire computers in the world. So you realize that when Facebook came up, though it was up, they faced the issue. Not all of us were able to access it immediately. Some countries said they were able to access it. Some people said they couldn't still access it. So, but at the end of the day, it took some time to propagate for us to be able to access it. So, in summary, that is what really happened. Yes.
Right. Thank you very much. I'll take a quick break and I'll be right back. Yeah, I've been speaking with Philemon Heaney, and he's the acting principal consultant at the E-Crime Bureau, and we've been talking about the recent Facebook shutdown and its implications. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from that break. I've been speaking with Philemon Heaney, and he's the acting principal consultant here at the E-Crime Bureau, which is a cybersecurity and investigations firm. Philemon, you've been explaining some very technical things to me, which is quite good. Now I want to come to I read something when the shutdown happened. What's the difference between a glitch and then a crash?
Okay, so let's say in the context of IT, but let's look at it from this angle also. I think some years ago we all witnessed the Boeing, which crashed, and a lot of people lost their life through that plane crash. Now, yes, experts came to say that the issue was a software glitch. Okay, that led to the crash. So to use this one to explain the difference between the glitches and the crash. Okay, so glitches could be, let's say, a kind of malfunction. Okay, it could be some kind of failure. It could be some kind of error. Okay, that could lead to a catastrophic maybe an event like crash. So crash could be maybe the thing could shut down. Okay, and that is exactly what happened to the plane at the time. You realize that the glitches, which is a misconfiguration or a bug, okay, or an error in the software system, led to a crash of the plane, which was total damage. And total damage could be disintegration or even total shutdown. Okay, so a glitch could lead to a crash. So I believe this. So now in the context of IT, okay, you can have, let's say, a software, and in configuring in configuration of the software, you can make a mistake in it. So when the software starts operating, it will malfunction. And when it continuously exhibit that behavior, it could lead to a shutdown, and that shutdown could be unexpected shutdown could be termed as what, a crash. Yes.
Thank you very much. Now I want to come to the data, especially back home. We have a lot of Ghanaians that use all these apps, especially Facebook, WhatsApp, and then Instagram. Most of our parents are always on WhatsApp, sending us videos and all of that. Should we be worried that in terms of data, with the shutdown that happened, have we lost some data?
Okay, so I think as at this time, I've been also monitoring the incident, but Facebook hasn't come out to say that this shutdown led to data loss, and I don't think most people has also come up to say that they have lost data. So I would say, based on the available information that we have now, I'm not sure people have lost their data. In any case, people attempted to send data and they didn't deliver. It delivered after the network was restored. So we don't have any information or any evidence out there that suggests that this issue led to data loss. Yes, we don't.
Yeah. So recently, just yesterday, the communications minister made a call on the Ghanaian tech community to develop our own apps. Yeah. What do you make of this call on them, and what do you think our Ghanaian tech community should be doing to ensure that maybe in the future we can have our own social media platforms?
For me, I think this is not the first time that maybe a nation has come out to say that they want to develop their own social network. Okay, it's more about data localization, because when you think about the data that we share among the social media platform, they are not within our jurisdiction. So if there's a crime or there's anything that require that you have to request for information, our laws do not give us that power to be able to do that, unless you use maybe the various bilateral or agreement or multilateral agreement that we have with the member countries or the country in question. So if the minister is saying that this is a wake-up call for us to develop our own app, for me, I think yes, it's good. Data will be localized and we'll be able to manage our own social media space. But you see, social media is not just about, let's say, a particular nation. Okay, it's social, it's global. So the question is, what other people, are we going to develop it in such a way that other countries will also be using our platform? Because that's what brings innovation. Okay, that is what brings globalization. That is what merges the whole world together, and that is the beauty about it. Okay, currently most people have attempted to develop the app, but people didn't patronize it. I quite remember some time ago when WhatsApp came up with these privacy issues. A lot of people have to run away or move to Signal. It didn't take them long, and they came back to WhatsApp. So for me, these are things that we have to think about. How are we going to get people to use it? How attractive is it going to be? What are we going to do different from WhatsApp? Is it going to be better than the platform? Okay, and these are things that are going to make people, jump onto the platform. So for me, I wouldn't say it's not a good thing. It's a good thing, but we have to look at what is outside there and do something better, so that the younger generation will be able to patronize it and also attract other people from other countries to be able to use it. And this is what will make the platform usable and attractive to everyone. Yes.
Now I want to come down to, we're almost at the end. I want to come down back to cybersecurity, and incidents of cyber fraud, it keeps rising. What do you think we should be doing in terms of regulations and all of that to ensure that cybersecurity regime is robust? Because the threats keep coming almost every single day.
Yeah. Yes. Cybersecurity, of course, no one is immune to cyber attacks. Organizations are being attacked here and there, and not just in Ghana alone. But currently, you will see that most institutions have started building capacity quite recently, and even now, we are in the cybersecurity month. So what I would say is that organizations shouldn't just use a certification as a protection, because currently we are aware most institutions are getting some kind of industry certification to ensure that they align their organization to a particular standard. But we shouldn't just be comfortable with that. We should keep on monitoring. We should keep on, assessing our weakness each and every day to know where the attackers are, the avenue through which the attackers are also using. So, and also involving the end users also in terms of creating their awareness, trying to build, some kind of cybersecurity culture, because at last there's a culture that also protects us. Because if I believe in something, you know how people defend their beliefs. You don't force them. Okay, they just defend it. As a Christian, if you meet a Christian, you try to go into an argument with him, no one empowers him to defend. Okay, so cybersecurity has to be like that. We have to let people understand that it's a culture. We have to create an environment where people are able to feel confident to speak about incidents. People are able to feel confident to report issues. Because these days, the end users, sometimes they identify issues but they don't report it, and it escalates to become an incident. So for me, I think that we shouldn't just rely on the certification, but what we have to do is that we should continuously assess our weakness as an organization. We should put measures in place so that we have full visibility within our environment to ensure that each and every day the threats are identified and neutralized. Yes.
Philemon, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Yes, so I've been speaking with Philemon Heaney, and he's the acting principal consultant here at the E-Crime Bureau, which is a cybersecurity and investigations bureau. He's been my guest on this week's edition of This Tech. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Mauli Afolu-Mega, for that eye-opening report. Up next is Big Headlines. Stay tuned. To our very first story on the ongoing SIM card re-registration exercise, the National Communications Authority has said the ongoing SIM card re-registration exercise is expected to propel economic transformation in Ghana. According to the Director General of the authority, the exercise will ensure that Ghana becomes one of the first African countries to have a SIM ecosystem. With a robust SIM registration exercise, we are sure that Ghana will become one of the first African countries to have a SIM ecosystem that will have integrity and act as a cornerstone for rapid transformation of the economy. By our coordinated efforts, we encourage that the SIM card registration exercise will subsequently complement the efforts of cybersecurity stakeholders in fighting the growing sophistication in cyber-related threats and crimes. To our second story, which is on Neoplan Ghana, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has announced government's decision to absorb Neoplan Ghana Limited into its industrialization initiative, the One District, One Factory. The company, which was first established in 1974 as a bus manufacturing firm for Ghana's public transport fleet, has in recent times been on the decline due to an array of challenges. As a result of this, Neoplan has had to lay off many of its staff over a lack of securing contracts from government and the private sector to boost its operations, and has had to fall on repair and maintenance services, which have led to recurring losses. But President Akufo-Addo, during his just-ended 4-day working visit of the Ashanti region, said government was keen on reviving the once vibrant company, PTA plan was. The Registrar General's Department has announced that it will from October 2021 commence processes to delist some 3,100 organizations from its record of companies. The development comes after the RDG had earlier notified its organizations and individual firms to update their records and file their annual returns as mandated by law. The statement issued by the department and cited by GhanaWeb explained that the first 3,100 companies to be delisted form part of an overall 100,000 earmarked to be taken off its record by the end of 2021. The delisting process is commencing with 3,100 companies being taken off the company's register by being made inactive in the database. This is the first batch of companies to be delisted this month out of the over 100,000 companies registered since 2011. The statement read in part. The Minister for Food and Agriculture, Dr. Owusu-Efriye Akoto, has disclosed his intention for the establishment of Grain Development Authority. According to him, he is putting measures to ensure that the authority is created by the first quarter of 2022. He is quoted to have said that, "I am making a submission to Parliament to then go to the Cabinet for the creation of a Grain Development Authority. The authority is to address the current food price fluctuations in the country. Also, funds from the authority would be used to stock the 80,000 warehouses handed over to him during the harvesting season." So our very last story for the day, gold in commercial quantity has been discovered at Nkrumah in the northeast region. Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu-Jinapor, who did happen in other areas. He said the initial assumption that gold is found in the southern part of Ghana has changed. It's a wrap for today's edition of This Tech on GhanaWeb TV. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb, and YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. I am NSP Nastawa Asante. Do have a splendid weekend.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Right there. Once you decide to have an office romance, you should know that you are likely to be a topic for discussion.
People come to workplaces and study the terrain because they realize it isn't always going to be about hard work. Let's use other means to accentuate the hard work that we already do.
Once emotions grow wild, it just goes like wildfire. You see, you will think that, oh, I can handle it when there is a breakup.
Anybody who is unable or not equipped to manage his or her emotions well has no business wanting an office romance.
There are some people who can be very discreet at these. In fact, there are some people who can date in the office and nobody,
absolutely nobody,
in the office can think
they close, they go their separate ways. We got to know the girl was saying, and no, on the set, who tell me on the set, and so you read, yeah, and pay me.
Right there.